Now you might say this format looks a little familiar. This case, haven't we seen this case somewhere before? Hold that thought, let's get back to that. You'll see they offer this in a couple of different versions. We have the i7 version and the i9. Come on guys, you know I'm gonna get the i9, right? You can order it Barebone, and you can see it's pricey, right? You're at $1279 if you put your own storage, RAM, and operating system on it. Or you can order it the way I did with 32 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte SSD at $1439. But you got to remember, subtract out the price of a 4070 graphics card, right? Before you think, wow, that's a crazy price. That's actually a very inexpensive price for a similarly equipped desktop. Now, a desktop is going to be using higher powered desktop parts, which will clearly outperform this because we don't have a lot of room for cooling in here. So we've got to keep things a bit mild on the performance side, but at the same time, don't turn your nose up at it because this thing should be incredibly capable. And of course, a desktop would probably set you back at least $2,000 to match these settings specifications. Now inside, it's fully upgradable with replaceable RAM, obviously, or they wouldn't sell a bare bones version. You've got the NVIDIA RTX 4070 laptop GPU built onto the board. It has two different power modes for efficiency, a lower wattage and a higher wattage mode. It's got Wi-Fi 7 already on it. It's got two M.2 drives. They're both Gen 4. We'll have to remind me to look in the BIOS. This has a really cool BIOS, unlike any other Minisforum BIOS we've seen before. It'll get up to 5.8 gigahertz. I mean, geez, oh man. 90-watt single core performance and 24 cores. Yeah, so that's 8 performance cores that have hyper-threading for a total of 16. Well, maybe not. Maybe what it is, maybe they're not doing hyper-threading anymore. This is saying 16 efficiency cores and 8 performance cores with no hyper-thread. That doesn't make any sense either. I'm going to have to look into that. That doesn't sound right. Let me think about this for a minute. 8 plus 16 is 24. And then if those 8 have hyper-threading, then that's another 8. So 24 and another 8 is 32. I had it right the first time. I should not have questioned myself. 36 megs of level L3 high-speed cache. And you can see they've already done scoring here, as well as a little more information, 140 watts on full power for just the graphics card. And then the graphics card has 8 gigs of its own memory built into it. So remember, we've got 32 gigs plus the 8 gigs on the video card. And the GPU still has a built-in graphics card. So this thing really has 2 graphics cards. And as we scroll down, we can see they've got some measurements in some games, which again, if you're interested in gaming performance, you can visit other channels that do that. I want this for content creation. It's going to support up to 96 gigs of RAM because it is DDR5. What it's got is, I think, 50. It says it'll do 5600 megahertz. I'm not sure what speed is in there now. Of course, Gen 4 will do up to 7,000 megabytes per second. It can actually go a little faster than that. And this up to 4 terabytes doesn't exist. It's whatever the biggest sizes you can buy that'll fit. There's no technical limitation. Now, cooling is going to be an important part of this because it is all high-end equipment, and that's going to require a lot of fans. That's why you typically see this kind of equipment in a big tower. But Minisforum specializes in their cooling, and like I said, in this case, you won't see the name Minisforum anywhere. It's called AtomMan, but it's the same company. It's just their higher-end products. Then if we scroll down some more, we talk a little bit about the LAN adapter on here is, well, I'm not sure. We're going to find out when we get to the ports. This does not have a lot of I/O on it. And I'll explain that here in a minute. You've got some RGB on the front that you can control. It's just this little stripe here that you can, have some, have it solid on any color you want, have it fading in and out, they call breathing, have it gradiently changing from one color to another, or have it just flipping through all the colors in motion. That's it. Those are your, or you can turn it off. Your system mode button up here, this is on the app. This is going to do the same thing as the button on the front of the case for going into a power mode or a lower power mode, high power or low power mode. It usually looks like a little fan, because obviously if you go into a high power mode, it's going to turn the fans up a little bit, but it doesn't necessarily kick into high power mode unless you actually need it. So a lot of people get confused when they see buttons on mini PCs that imply that there's a performance mode and a quiet mode, and then they flip the button and they don't see any difference. Well, that's because you're not using the computer. So that high performance kicks in when you demand it. Otherwise, if you got it in quiet mode, the high performance mode will not kick in when you need it because you didn't hit the button. So don't let that confuse you. A little bit more on the app here, and this is a color wheel. You can choose all these color differences here and the brightness of the LEDs. And it stands up vertically. And you're just getting the box here. You're going to be on your own for a keyboard, mouse, monitor, speakers. Now, this is what I wanted to see. It's a 19-volt input, just like a laptop. It's got USB Type-C, which supports DisplayPort video output, as well as power delivery on this USB-C port here. This is Thunderbolt as well. HDMI 2.1, just one video output here. You've got USB 3.2 Type-A, and the RJ45 LAN, which we'll take a look at in a minute and see what speed that is. On the front of the box, you've got the power button, and below that you'll see this other button, and when the light is blue above the button, that means you're in the game mode, which will consume up to 180 watts. And when you push the button again, this bottom light comes on, becomes green, and now you're in the office mode, where it runs at a maximum 140 watts. And that's how you can control it there or through that software I just showed you. These are just your RGB lights, which, you know, honestly I could do without. With or without, doesn't matter. They're not in your face. They're very subtle, so I'm okay with that. USB Type 3.2 Type A on the front with a long SD card reader. There's your audio jack to support microphone, headphone, headset, and then a regular USB 3.2 Type A there at the bottom. So you can have multiple monitors hooked up to this, because this one USB-C port being Thunderbolt means you could put a breakout box and run like 3 monitors just off this one USB-C port with the right adapter. Those adapters aren't included, but just know it's possible. It would have been nice if they would have included, I don't know, another type of video output, but again, we're going to get to why this looks like this. All of our specs are here, both with the i9 or the i7, priced accordingly. You can buy at Barebones, which a lot of mini PC manufacturers don't offer. That means you can put your own RAM, your own storage, and your own operating system on it. The RJ45 LAN jack still doesn't tell us what speed it is. That's kind of weird. The HDMI 2.1 says it will support up to 8K at 60 Hz or 4K at 120 Hz. And it's pre-installed with Windows 11. Now, this is a brand new unit, so the reviews are still kind of trickling in. It's been advertised for some time, but they've had very low inventories. They get them in and they go right out. I think we were on the 2nd or 3rd batch that have come out. So I thought I was going to get this back in early November, and it's been a month. You just got to be patient. It's a highly wanted item right now. And over at Amazon, you can see they've got it here. If you prefer to buy from Amazon, all the same specs. This is, you know, different configurations down here. We've got the 14900HX. It says it's $18.29, but there's a $366 coupon currently offered today, December 3rd. I don't know how long they're going to offer that, but it should take it down to about the same price as the Minisforum website. And if you want to know a little bit more about the CPU, the Intel Core i9-14900HX is a mobile processor with 24 cores, launched in January of 2024. It's part of the Core i9 lineup using the Raptor Lake HX refresh architecture with the ball grid array 1964 layout. Intel hyperthreading technology is available, and it effectively doubles the core count of the P cores, not E cores, but the P cores, to a total of 32 threads. All right, so let me jump back over to the chat room and see if people's mouths are agape. I'll make sure to remind you to just do that. It's incredible. I mean, the specs on this are just amazing. Now, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The first unboxing. Boy, that looks a lot like a laptop in there. Looks like power adapter and accessories are in this box. That would be my guess. Oh, wait a minute. This box is way heavier. So we have a box on each side of the packaging. Then we'll lift it around this way. Packed really well. It should survive even the most violent of delivery drivers. Slide that out of there. Ooh, that's heavy. And then on the inside, it looks like we have a small box of documentation right down against the bottom. Right there, a little envelope. And that is all there is. So we'll just set that. Ooh, right over there. Now, the fun begins. So I imagine one of these has the base, and the base will secure with screws. This is meant to sit upright. You cannot lay this flat or you will block the air vents, and they are critical in a machine that runs this powerful. More power, more heat. And if you want to keep the noise down, well, that's why you've got the two power modes on the button up front. Here it is. So these are pegs. These are not feet. These pegs go into the foot to give it stability while it is upright, so you won't accidentally or easily knock it over. And in this box, this is a heavy box. This is probably the power adapter because you need some serious power. Let's see what we got in here. I guess it was in a bag. That is box one, just a power brick. Now the power brick does not say Minisforum on it, so if I were you, I'd get a marker or a label maker because this is just a standard barrel power connector. And when these things get separated, it can be hard to know what they used to go with. You don't want to guess. It can ruin the device you plug the wrong adapter in. Could even ruin the adapter. Now this particular adapter, if I get my glasses, maybe I can read it. I'll tell you how many watts this is. I'll bet you it's around 300 watts. 19 volts, 14.7 amps, 279.3 watts. So 280 watt power supply. I was close. It uses a standard PC power plug, the same as most desktops. I like to see that. And they've given us a US style plug here. In this box, we have what I hope is the foot. We have an HDMI cable. We have some screws for something. Ah, our foot is right here. The game is a foot. Wow, that is a weighted foot. That's good. You want the extra weight for that stability. And now I'm not going to screw this on because I want to open this up here in a minute, but we can at least seat it. Ah, that's what those two screws are for. It'd help if I actually turn this around the right way, I guess. Is that it? Did I not turn it around? Can it go on either way? I don't know. Yeah, that's a tight fit. There we go. All right, nothing else up my sleeve. Then we have our documentation. So the documentation is your appendix of items, I guess, that are included in the box. A PC collateral guide, whatever that is. It says, and this is really important with Minisforum computers, we do not recommend customers remove the CPU cooler themselves. Improper disassembly may damage the motherboard and CPU. Could also reduce the liquid metal sealing tightness. The liquid metal has to be applied by machine. You cannot do it by hand where it's going to last for years and years. It will oxidize very quickly. Any of those videos where you see people applying liquid metal, have them expose that in about a year. It'll all be oxidized. It has to be a super clean install that pretty much you need a machine to do. You'll never be able to make it better than it is. All you do is make it worse, and your warranty service is not provided for damage that may be caused by improper disassembly. And that's true of all warranties. So if I were you, Minisforum, I'll tell you what they've done here. They've taken a very high-end CPU, the highest there is on the shelf with that 14900HX on a mobile platform. And they have adjusted the voltage to the performance so that you're not getting the most performance out of it and you're not getting the worst efficiency. They've balanced it. They've done all the math for you. And they said, if we go this low, your power is just sipping, but your performance is too slow. If we go this high, then your performance is too high, your fans are running really loud, this thing is struggling, and your power efficiency goes down the toilet. They've curved that, right? They've looked at it on a curve, power versus performance, and they have charted exactly, they've dialed it in, where is the exact middle for the best power, for the best performance, where it runs nice and cool. You're not going to worry, well, I wouldn't say cool. When you run it really hard, it won't overheat. That's the theory anyway. Now, if this looks familiar to you, and these obviously go to the foot, right? There's a screw right there and a screw right there to secure the foot. However, that foot's on there tight. It's not going anywhere. If this looks familiar, we did a video back around winter of 23 of the NUC i7X. That looks familiar, doesn't it? They're very similar machines. And if you remember, we talked about how this is a laptop that they've simply removed the battery, keyboard, mouse, trackpad, speakers, and monitor. If you open this up, this is a laptop motherboard. It even has a little battery connector on it. It's really ingenious when you think about it. Why reinvent the wheel? We have a slight color difference between the two. And of course, Intel's no longer making NUC. That's all been licensed to Asus. So now we have AtomMan. No longer in the NUC family, but essentially just an upgraded technology from the NUC i7X to the AtomMan G7 Ti. These are very similar, and you can see how they can save money by simply repurposing a design that is uniquely theirs. No one else has anything like this, and be able to do the research, development, and manufacturing much cheaper than having to retool a factory and come out with a completely different design. They have boosted the cooling on this enormously. We have a lot of vents, right? We have a vent here, 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 down here. We've got all the holes on the side here. This is a focus on maximum cooling efficiency at the lowest possible noise levels with the highest level of performance. At least that's what they say. And I believe them, because Minisforum historically has done very, very well with their cooling, and they're not just a knockoff of what somebody else is doing. They are the leader. Everybody else in this space is following, and none of the competitors have anything like this. This stands alone as, just as the NUC i7X did. It stands alone as a unique product, and while you can use it for gaming, if you're serious into gaming, you do not want a mini PC. All right, don't sit there and think that this is equivalent to a 4070 in a desktop, because a desktop's going to run with more power, it's going to run with more heat, it's going to run with bigger heat sinks, and a desktop 4070 GPU is different than a laptop 4070 GPU, because you've got to consider power consumption and you've got to consider the limited amount of space you have for cooling. But when it comes to gaming on a mini PC, you'd be hard pressed to find anything that can outperform this. If it's got a 4070 in it, they'll probably perform exactly the same as any other 4070, okay? So you don't necessarily need to run all these little game tests, because quite frankly, your limitation is on the 4070. So any 4070 mobile chip, whether it's a laptop, well, I guess it would just be a laptop, or a machine like this, all your benchmarks should be identical as far as frames per second and resolutions and, AAA titles at 1080 or 4K. All that's going to be the same across the board. There's no surprises here. Now, let me go back over to the chat room real quick. so I can gauge your reaction so far, because I am super excited to plug this in and turn it on. Shamim Kazviras joins us. There's our friend Luke Greenia, 3D Everything, Dan Nilsson, Frankie B says hello, Mark Leibowitz and Dan, I said Dan Nilsson already, joining us. And let's see, we've got Richard DeFries says hello. Larry G says hello. Hey, there's Colin Hilton. Good to see Colin again, joining us from the UK. Just trying to catch up, guys. Dustin Fuller with a $2 super chat says hello to Carey, Mara, and chat. Thank you, Dustin. Buster says he received the email I sent him. He received the email I sent him. Very good. Let's see. I think I'm caught up. John Paul Bacon joining us. Charlie Purdy with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Charlie. As always, good friend Charlie Purdy. Shop Persian Rug says hello. Welcome in. There's Bradley Morris and LRCX joining us in the chat. All right, this is super exciting. I just can't wait anymore. This is it now. I've got to plug this in, and I've got to see what this is like, because, you know, I've been using that Galaxy Book 3 as my main office computer, and I've got to tell you, it's a great little machine, but I don't need a laptop in the office. I need a laptop to be portable. And when I'm in the office ain't moving. So having something like this on the desk, I could put a bigger monitor, a much nicer keyboard than a laptop keyboard. I'll still use the same mouse because I have a Logitech Bluetooth mouse. And I don't really have that many applications. You know, you throw Office on this, throw Power Director on this, throw Instant House Call on this. I'm pretty much good to go. That's real easy. Let's give it some power. Plug in here. We need a keyboard and a mouse. Now, once we go through all the setup, we will open this up so we can take a look at the insides, see how upgradable it is, and take a look at the cooling, see if it's everything they make it out to be. And then I need, I'm not going to plug internet into it yet, or Ethernet, but I do need a video output. And we will plug that in right here in the HDMI port, if I figure out which direction it goes in. There we go. And this big button here should be power. Yeah, I'm getting some lights. I don't hear anything. Was I too quick? Let me jump over to, maybe it's just dead silent. Let me jump over to camera 2 here and see what the output of this looks like, if we're getting any output from it. And I'll just put myself in the corner so you can see what I'm doing. Oh, it's booting. I mean, this thing, there's no fan running in here. Like, it's dead silent. I was not expecting that. I expected a whir, you know, something to tell me it's running. But there is a little tiny blue light on the power button, and then a little tiny blue light down here. If we put it in performance mode, then the light up on top, you know what? They're both blue lights. Just one's above the button and one's below the button on that performance, the maximum wattage button. All right, well, we go through our standard out-of-box experience here with Windows. So let me go full screen over here. And I guess you don't need to see me anymore, do you? Let's just get you full screen. Full screen here for me. And mouse is working, good. United States, yes. United States, yes. I'm starting to hear the fan spin it up now. United States keyboard, no secondary language keyboard, thank you. I'm going to say I don't have internet, and I'm going to tell it twice I don't have internet. Got to accept the license agreement. Oh, that sounds exactly like a laptop fan. We're going to type in, I'm going to type in AtomMan. Enter, no password, that'll take us right to the desktop. And you notice I didn't have to bypass NRO. which means we might have 23H2 on here for Windows, but we're going to check that once this is done. You never know. Could have 24H2 on it, and they just maybe modified the installer in that way. And if they did, I'm good with it. Saves me a step, and that's how I do my own Windows 11 24H2 installs anyway. But there's no additional bloatware. I suspect we should have that software for controlling the RGB and the performance in the software, just like that button does. There's no external button for the RGB that I'm aware of. You have to use the software. As we go through the setup, the final stages of the setup, all of this should look standard and familiar to a clean Windows 11 install that you've done yourselves. There should be nothing unique about our install that we've seen from other mini PC manufacturers who perhaps aren't as well known. Let's just leave it at that. And in just a moment here, we should get to the desktop as it's finalizing our customization of the out-of-box experience and our specific options and choices and account that we've created. It's got to go through and make all that and adjust to those settings. And the fan's quieted right back up again, so that was momentary. And then we're going to find out what Ethernet card this has got in it. So exciting. It's been killing me. You have no idea. I wanted to turn this on when it arrived in the mail last week because I have been chomping at the bit to get this. Here we go. All right, that's loaded up. And let's go back over to look at some settings here. Okay, so let's right click on the start menu. Right away, we're going to go to System. And let's just verify, yeah, Intel i9-14900HX. Right now it's running at 2.2 and it will turbo up to 5.8. 32 gigs of RAM, and the 31.7 is a little bit of RAM that's being used by our onboard video on the Intel chip. Again, the 4070 has its own RAM. We do have Windows 11 Pro, and I was correct, that's 23H2. So just bear that in mind, you're going to need to update it, but it should be offered to us automatically when we go to Windows Update. If I close this, right-click and go to Device Manager, we can take a look at what the graphics card is by display adapters. We should see we've got the RTX. The Intel isn't being displayed in here, and that's likely because it's been turned off in the BIOS. We need to look in the BIOS because we need to look at that together. If we scroll down to the network interface, network adapters, we've got our Wi-Fi 7, and that's made by Intel. And we've got a Realtek gigabit controller. Unfortunately, not a 2.5, 5, or a 10. It's just a 1. But I really think a lot of people are going to use this wirelessly. I think most people using mini PCs are going wireless. In fact, if you have a mini PC here in our chat room, are you running it wireless or wired? I'm just curious how relevant wired ports are on mini PCs these days and overall. With that, let me grab my Ethernet adapter because now we can plug it into the network and we're going to check those Windows updates. And I fully expect that we're going to be offered 24H2 automatically because 24H2 has been out long enough now that unless you have like Ubisoft software installed, in which case 24H2 will still be held back for you. But there's a few little conditions. Otherwise, it should just start being automatically offered. There may be some prerequisites to it. In other words, we may have to go to Windows Update and get a few other updates first. I don't know. Let's just see. We are live, unscripted, and unrehearsed. So what you see is actually happening in real time. And I have no idea. There was no rehearsal for this. So we're just expecting it to behave a certain way. And we're going to find out together if our expectations are met or if we are surprised. In my experience, we'll get some updates. In my experience with other PCs that are brand new installs of 23H2, you'll get some updates, you'll reboot, you'll check again, and then you'll get 24H2. So this looks like it's similar to the experience I've had on others, where 24H2 is not in this list, but after we do all these downloads and installs, we'll then restart, we'll check again, and then hopefully we'll see 24H2 automatically. We can always use the Windows Installation Assistant and manually put it on there if it's that important to us. But I'm very curious It's not really that important. It's just I'm curious, and I want to demonstrate live on camera so there's no conjecture. Everything you see is real, authentic, genuine, real work from a real working technician. And I run through these processes more times than I can count. So I hope to provide you with information that's more likely what you should expect than what you find on other tech enthusiast channels, where maybe you'll see that, maybe you won't, or maybe there were steps that were edited out. We don't edit anything on the live video. This is it. This is real. This is as though you were right here in the room with me. Now, while that's updating, let me reload my browser that crashed so I can see what's going on in the chat room. David Graham said his mini PC is wireless. Peter Laycock says he's got both models as well. Peter's got excellent taste in computers. Can I just say, I am catching up to Buster. Actually, I think Buster has more RAM and storage. But you just wait. This is only day one. Phil Stodd says quiet is good. Well, remember, if you push this hard, it's not going to be so quiet. It will get as loud as a typical laptop will get under similar workload. So just bear that in mind, especially if you're sensitive to noise or you're placing it very close to your head. Something like this is meant to go on a desk. You could put it on the floor, but blasphemy. Shop Persian Rug says hello from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Welcome in, Indiana. So yeah, if you have a mini PC, out of curiosity, are you running a wire to it as far as your internet connection goes, or are you running wireless on it? We're just kind of taking a survey. I imagine most people would be wireless. In fact, the Wi-Fi 7 using the TP-Link Deco will run at an equivalent to 2.5 gig LAN connection. So if this had a 2.5 gig LAN, it'd be 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But I'm an early adopter. Most people aren't going to have that option. However, I do feel at this price point, 2.5 would have been nice. Luke Greenia says he's got wireless on everything but the Project Zero desktop build. Yeah, that's typically what I expect. But good to verify. Thank you for letting us know. Jack Kugelman says it's 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit in Toronto, Canada right now. Patrick Manny says he's got an Ace Magician mini PC and it's wireless. Phil Stodd said his mini does internet wireless, but it's wired for his NAS. I don't understand how that works. You can't have both. It's got to be one or the other. Unless you're physically plugging the NAS into like a USB port, it's not over your network. Kind of confused by that. Some piece of that, I'm missing some information there. Let's see how we doing. Still downloading here. A lot of things have installed already. These are some pretty big, well, the cumulative updates are always the big ones, so we'll be patient and wait for that. In the meantime, Mark Gaines said his Project Zero, the desktop, is wireless. So a lot of people that run desktops do not run them wirelessly, but some do. But when it comes to the mini PCs, it's the opposite. Most people run those wirelessly. Some people run them wired. Andy says, you think it's a little disappointing about the 1 gig NIC. Yeah, I kind of feel like at this price point, I would like to see 2.5. On the other hand, it's not a big deal to just add what I do with my USB adapters. I mean, we can easily add, because of that Thunderbolt port, 2.5, 5, 10, right? We just add the dongle to it. It's just the idea that you've already spent this much money for it. I don't think 2.5 in manufacturing really costs a noticeable difference between 1. So I think that's an interesting choice that the folks at AtomMan have made. I might just be in, like my laptop, for example, My laptop is Wi-Fi 7 and it runs Wi-Fi 7. I don't run a cable to it. My laptop also doesn't have an Ethernet adapter. It's really thin, right? So these thin laptops don't even have them at all. So I suppose if you want to look at it that way, you could say, well, you know, Carey, compared to what? Well, I guess I'm comparing it to other mini PCs instead of comparing it to other laptops. But this does have an Ethernet port. And if you're going to go through the trouble, why not put a 2.5 in there is all I'm saying. The cost differential, in some cases, the one actually costs more. It's my understanding because of supply and demand. Manufacturing has all moved on to 2.5, and now it's starting to manufacture 10 in bulk too. So not too many people have use for 10. Not too many people have use for 2.5. However, it's nice to be prepared. Again, a USB dongle is all it takes to switch that over. And with this having Wi-Fi 7, it's going to get the same speeds that I'm already getting on the laptop. It's in the office wireless anyway. So just because I want it doesn't mean I need it. It just would have made sense to me to, you know, give me a good quality RAM, good quality storage, good quality CPU, good quality motherboard, good quality cooler, good quality Wi-Fi, and they've done all of that, and good quality Ethernet. I guess it's not about good quality. It's just yesterday's tech. Everything else here is like modern, and that Ethernet port kind of feels a little old to me. I think that's what it is. But again, I'm not likely going to be using the Ethernet on it anyway. In fact, if I were, I don't think I could stand to go at 1 gig. Everything I do going back and forth to like video editing files on the NAS, it'd be too slow. So I would either just go ahead and keep it wireless, or I would add the USB adapter for 20 bucks and be done with it. It just means I'll likely need some kind of a USB hub. This doesn't have very many USB ports. It would have been nice to see at least 2 more. It'd be nice to have like 2 USB 4 or something like that, but it's not perfect, but it's also got no competition. So what are we comparing this against? There's not too many laptops that have that many ports to begin with. And since we're essentially using a laptop motherboard here, kind of goes to follow that it's not going to have any more laptop ports than any other gaming laptop would have, because that's what it is. It's a headless laptop. It's been decapitated. And the benefit of that is, of course, you could put it on a much bigger monitor, and it still has something very portable. And this can be dropped. I mean, much more so. It's more likely going to survive a drop. Since there's no screen to crack, there's no fluid to accidentally spill into the keyboard, right? Because all that's separate. So this will likely have a much longer lifespan than your average laptop, which frequently gets abused. And if you don't believe me, just go watch laptop repair videos here on YouTube and see why they're in. Cracked screens, cracked hinges, and spilled something on the keyboard. Those are your 3 main reasons. This is oblivious of that. Like, you can't do that here unless you physically pour the drink right on top of it, which wouldn't make any sense. If you spilled a drink on your keyboard, unplug the keyboard, go buy another one. Or even if it's a wireless keyboard, you don't even have to unplug it. If you had a problem with your screen, just go get another screen, right? You're not having to do any work to replace any hinges. This is going to be rock solid for a very long time. Phil Stodd says we need 2 clicks to switch between modes. Well, when I pushed the button, I did see the light move back and forth. Now, it just looks like 1 click is one mode, 1 click is the other. I think that's just the way they phrased it. And for what we're doing, it's not making any difference because we're not drawing in enough power on the low mode. So when we put it in the high mode, it's not suddenly taking more power. But I'm going to put it in the high performance mode just for while it's installing. If it starts to get, you know, part of the install, sometimes you can hear the fans ramp up, and we want to get these installs done as quickly as possible so we can reboot, let those updates apply, and then check again to see if 24H2 is offered. Now, if 24H2 is offered, it could take a while to install. And while we're waiting, we have other things to talk about anyway, but we're going to continue to do this all live right here, right now, because I want you to see the experience. I want you to experience it with me. I want you to see it in genuine real time. So if you were to try to do what we're doing here on a similar or same equipment, you know how much time to set aside in your day, basically. When these other videos, they edit, you could put somebody's whole lifetime in a 30-second video. You can watch 30 years go by in 30 seconds. That's not how life works. It might be interesting and entertaining, but it's not real. It's condensed. We're trying to keep everything as authentic as possible to having you here in the room with me, including our conversations. So I encourage you to participate in our chat room. If you're watching us live, please join us in the chat room. All you have to do is be kind. It's that easy. Kind folks are always welcome. And let's see, we're what, about 45 minutes into today's video? Moving right along here. Luke said he sent us a PayPal. Well, let's check on that. We'll check the phone right quick. Yes, there it is. Luke Greeting with a $25 super chat. Right on. Thank you, Luke. Aaron A. with a $10 super chat says, thanks for doing what you're doing, Carey. Well, thank you, Aaron, for your contribution, and that helps us to pay for these things. This is sort of a dream list, like the bucket list item for me. I've always really been attracted to this thin design. I don't know why. I can't explain it. It just looks super clean and elegant. And the fact that so much power is hiding underneath and that there is not a choice. If you want a PC in this form factor, there's only one company you can get it from. And that's the way it's been since they introduced the Nook i7X, which is this thin sort of, it's almost like a big book. Thin but tall book. You'd think by now one of their competitors would have come out with something. Nobody's touched it. There's nothing else on the market like this. And there's, I guess part of Carey being Carey is I don't want to be like anybody else. I don't want to make videos that other people have already made. If I am going to make video on a, there's other reviews of the G7 Ti from people who got them before me. And they all, not all of them, but many of them feel like commercials. None of them feel very realistic with the time involved in showing all the details of how things come apart. They say, oh, the lid comes off. Okay, well, show me. Take the lid off and show me. And sometimes you can find that on one video, and then you can find, another piece you're looking for in another video, and then somebody else is just making a big advertisement with nothing critical to say. I try to combine all of that into one realistic video, which is what I go through to meet my standards for what I'm going to personally use. Now, I don't have any customers that I would recommend this to. And the reason for that is my customers don't need anything this massive. And by massive, I mean the amount of power it has. If you're doing accounting work, if you're a lawyer, if you're a dentist, if you're a real estate agent, this is total overkill. And you could buy 2 computers for those folks for their business needs than the cost of this one. But for me to do video editing, content creation, or perhaps even Mara to make thumbnails, it's quite video intensive to use the Adobe Creator Suite, things like that. This should sail through it without being a big, massive, like Mara's got the big Thermaltake Apache helicopter case that must be, 4 feet, 3.5 feet wide. It's got to be 3 feet tall. It must weigh 80 pounds. This is faster than that and much, much more lightweight, doesn't take up all the space. Also isn't going to have all the dust collection that a big case like that's going to have. Got a smaller area for dust, so it's still going to need dusting, but there's far less to dust. If I was a big fat guy, I'd need to use a lot more soap in the shower, right? It's just, there's more of me to wash. Well, in much the same way, this being smaller, it's easier to clean, or it should be, because there's less there to clean. So I see that as being superior if it requires less maintenance. And again, the Apache helicopter is really a showpiece. It's meant to be seen. This looks like a book. Somebody might not even realize what this is. If you had the cables hidden and it's just sitting on your desk, they might think, well, what is that? What kind of there might appear to be some kind of electronic gadget, but you tell them that's a computer. And their immediate is going to be, 1, no way, and 2, It can't be that powerful if it's that small. Wrong, wrong. So I love this, just defies all norms and really shatters previous expectations of machines that are small. And for that reason, I'm very much attracted to it. Vasos sings and talks, contributes €2.49. Says, hello, Mr. Carey, can you make me blue? We don't make people blue anymore. That was gone a long time ago. We thank you for your super chat, though. The reason we did so many blue moderators was to help us with the troll spam and bots that we were having in our live chat videos. That has since not completely gone away, but it was kind of a fad, and it's faded. As a result, the reason people were turned blue was to help control that while I was live. So two things have happened since then that have been pretty major changes. One is the bots and the spammers have significantly changed jumping in the chat rooms the way they used to. They still leave comments from time to time. YouTube's taken great steps to alleviate that, but it's not perfect. Two, we now have the wonderful Marilino running the administration in the background, monitoring the chat so that we don't have the abuse that, even if it was accidental, sorry, the cat walked on the keyboard, I just deleted one of your viewers kind of thing, which was hurting my channel. There are a few people, a very small handful of people that have been with us a long time and have been very generous to the channel, or may represent a company like Minisforum that are going to be blue, and that's it. And that's the way it is from here on forward. You can turn yourself green if you become a member here, and you'll get a gold badge next to your name. And as long as you remain a member, you'll stay green. Because of the lack of what sponsors pay these days, we're relying on our viewers to help support us. So blue really doesn't benefit you in any way other than it's a color. And we've removed it universally. So you weren't just selected randomly or anything. It would just change the way the show has to be monitored because the environment we're in is changing and YouTube's sponsorship opportunities aren't what they used to be. And as a result, we're just trying to stay afloat. But don't take it personally. So long as we're making videos, that's the important thing. And as long as we've got content for you to enjoy and a community here for you to hang out with us, you don't have to give anything, but we're also not in a position to be as generous as we once were, as we're just trying to get by at this point. And hopefully things will turn around next year. Otherwise, we will continue indefinitely with the support of our community. And it's with that community support we will be able to purchase this, by the way. Without the community, the members, the super chats, PayPal contributions, gift cards, this video would not be possible today. Well, Minisforum does send us a lot of review units. Not everything you see from Minisforum has been sent to us. Some items are a bit too expensive for Minisforum to just go here, or they may have fewer numbers to give to reviewers. And so they might have given me one on the last round. They're going to give it to somebody else on the next round. And then on the next model after that, because there's so much money, they don't have as many to give out for reviews. And if they previously gave me one on the previous model, you see what I'm saying? So it's got to be playing fair for everybody. And that's why we are in the situation we're in and why we're running it the way we're running it. But thank you for joining us, and we hope you're going to continue to stick around and be a more frequent viewer. Now, looking at the status here, where are we on our 25%? All right, again, these cumulative updates, they just kill me because they just take forever. Even on, you could have the best, most powerful processor with the most RAM and the fastest storage, and you're still going to sit here and wait for these big cumulative updates no matter what. But we'll just get that out of the way. And besides, it gives us a chance to chat. Luke just had another browser crash. So the browser crash, just for those of you wondering, it's a live chat memory leak that happens in all live chat videos on YouTube since March. It happens on all Chromium-based browsers, and as far as I know, even on Firefox, is Firefox Chromium-based? It is a persistent issue that all YouTube channels with active live chats. If our live chat was slower, the crashing wouldn't happen as often. It's just running out of memory and it's crashing your browser. You can just hit the refresh button. If that happens to you, it'll bring you right back. But we can't do anything about it, nor can any other YouTube video with a live chat room. It's just where we are right now in the browser status. Google's got to fix this. I don't know why they haven't yet. Complain to Google, hit that feedback button, make sure Google knows your browser crashed. The more people complain, squeaky wheel's going to get the grease. But not enough people have complained clearly because Google has let this go on this long. So who knows? But it's not just you. There's nothing for you to fix. There's nothing for us to fix. There may not be anything for YouTube to fix. Maybe. It's a browser problem. So either way, Google owns YouTube and Chrome. So one way or another, it's Google's problem to fix. If you want to Google your own research, you can type in the search engine live chat memory leak, browser crash, something along that lines. And there's plenty of people talking about it since March or April of this year. There are some browser add-ons that supposedly fix this. You might try those, but use them with caution. For all I know, they could be viruses. I don't know. Over on GitHub, and that might work for you. John Paul Bacon wants to know if the government should be allowed to buy Chrome. I don't really think it matters what you think. I think people who want to control what the government can or cannot do, and they're very passionate about that, need to get a job in government. You need to get inside and have your word mean something. For those of us to just sit here gossiping like, you know, people at a water cooler, it might be interesting conversation, but it has no impact on the world around us. So I would much rather talk about something that has an impact in our lives, or can potentially. But I don't think that discussion will make any difference in whatever our government decides to do. It's well without our, in most cases, well without our consideration. And that's why we put the government in place, is so we don't have to make these decisions, right? We have other things going on in our lives. We vote for representatives here in the US to represent us, so we don't have to get involved. And now we're seeing a reversal in our culture. We want to micromanage all these people we just voted for, and we want to do their job for them. I suggest running for office if you really care. Otherwise, I'd rather talk about something that really makes a difference or has the potential to make a difference within our control, me personally. Because I don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't make a difference to me what the government does. It's going to affect us all equally. It's not just affecting me. It's not just affecting you. Vasos with a €5.99 contribution said, here's some for your Gatorade. Thanks for the videos. We owe you. I would not have a PC tower without you. Keep up the great job. That's very kind of you, Vasos. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, my friend. There's Ron Hillier, a friend of mine in real life that we used to hang out together all the time. He joins us in the chat. Peter Laycock, our friend Buster, saying good night for the evening. Hey, Buster, have a good evening. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hello, and for all of your kindness and support and your friendship, most importantly. Eugene Ildago says hello. Bill Stott said, I currently have 2 computers running 2 different browsers. He's not experienced any crash, but he might start suspecting it might be an ISP problem, not YouTube. Well, I mean, at this point, anything's possible. Given that people around the world are all experiencing this problem and they don't have the same ISP as me and they're not related in any way to my ISP, I doubt it, but I've been wrong before. At this point, it's my understanding it is a browser issue, again, on the research I've done, and then there are browser extensions that address it. I don't know why somebody might not experience it without, well, it's sort of like when the pandemic hit, some people like myself never got COVID. Now, is that because I've got something in my body that makes me immune? Or is it that because I never leave the house? Probably because I never leave the house. But certainly there are people that get the long COVID. There are people who never get it. And there are people who are naturally immune to it. And scientists want to study those people who don't get it, what's different in their blood from everybody else. And in much the same way, if you've got a browser setting or a configuration and you spent enough time in live chat, which means you're here in live chat for about 2-3 hours, and it has never crashed in those 2 or 3 hours, and then you come back and do that again, and after 2 or 3 visits, you're just steadily watching 2-3 hours, 2-3 days in a row, and you're not experiencing a browser crash, then you would be that patient that I'd want to take a look at your browser config, your PC config, and find out, you know, what drivers you're using, what's different, why is your experience different. I don't believe it's the ISP. But again, I don't know what it is. I'm just speculating. And my speculation comes from the diagnosis of other people online, which again, could be geniuses or morons. I really have no idea. That fan is really cranking up right now. I don't know if you can hear it. Feels like the air is coming out the top and rear vents. One of the common concerns I hear from people is, I have a gaming PC, but it makes my whole room hot, turns it into an oven. So they're looking for a mini PC, but what I often hear them say is, you know, I want a mini PC with Oculink or Thunderbolt so I can put an external GPU on it. And I'm just like, dude, the heat's coming from the GPU. It doesn't matter if it's in a, you know, if you're going to put your GPU, this giant, massive, power-sucking 3-fan monstrosity of a graphics card into an external dock because you're trying to cool your room down, that was the thing that was generating the heat in the desktop. When you go with a mobile processor, with a mobile GPU, you're dealing with lower voltages, less power. Obviously, you're going to get slightly less performance. And the heat coming out of it won't be as extreme. So if that's a concern of yours, where it's creating too much heat in the room, you definitely want to look for a mini PC that has a mobile graphics chip in it, whether that's AMD Radeon or if it's NVIDIA RTX. That is going to be the thing that changes the temperature of the room. Now, I wish it was that easy to heat up a room that all I had to do was plug in a PC. I don't know where these people are living, but I've never been in a room in a house that was hot because of the computer. I've been in a room that was up against an outdoor, you know, a window where the sun was facing the window, and that room got hotter than the rest of the house. That's frequent. And it wouldn't matter if you had computer equipment in there or not. It's put some curtains up. Even then, that here in Arizona, they could still be very, very warm in that one room that's facing the sun 12 hours a day in the summer. In which case, don't put the computer in that room, because just being in the room without a computer would be too hot. On the other hand, if you're in a colder climate, wouldn't it be great to just turn your PC on and you could warm that room up? Think of the money you'd save, you know, with heat. So I don't get this. It's people talking online. I'm not quite sure they're stable. Or maybe they have an environment that I just can't picture in my head, and maybe they're absolutely right. I just can't imagine it. Now, if you've got multiple computers running, say 4 or 5 in a small room, absolutely you can feel the heat of that. But who's got that kind of money? Let me be your friend. I mean, holy cow. 4 or 5 gaming computers, most people can't even afford one. 4 or 5 of these will set you back about $7,000, $8,000. So doesn't seem likely it's going to be a problem, but I'm here to help. I just need it to make sense. I need to be able to understand the problem to solve it. Let's see. David Graham with a $2 super chat said, I use my PCs to warm my room. You notice he used the plural. He didn't have one PC to warm his room. Multiple PCs. That's what Lugrinia says. The new heat pump would just power up the PC. Hey, get the laser printer going too. Just get everything that generates heat. Maybe just plug a toaster in. I don't know. I got to call you. Here's a problem. Every time I put toast in my toaster, the toaster gets hot. Well, the first problem is you're supposed to be putting bread in a toaster, not toast. So let's solve that problem first. Might be a little nitpicky on there. All right, let's go to full screen over here so I can see what our progress is. All right, we're more than 2/3 of the way done here, so it shouldn't be much longer. We get that reboot done. Anytime you buy a brand new computer or you're reinstalling your operating system, always be sure you have the latest updates before you start putting all your programs back on it, spending all this investment of your time, putting things back the way you like it. Two things. One, you should have a backup you can restore from, so you don't have to do that ever again. Or if it's the first time you're doing it, do things in the right order so you don't have to do them twice. Planet Cryo says, I use my mini PC to heat my entire house. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's either not really a mini PC, but rather a massive PC, or, and I know he's kidding and I'm just kidding back, or it's not a PC at all, that is a portable fire. He's just walking around with a barbecue grill. Wherever I set the barbecue, honestly, if I put a barbecue grill in this house, it would not heat the entire house. Just the area around the grill. Have you ever been around a fire pit outdoors and you're freezing cold? How close do you have to get to that fire pit before you start feeling the heat? It doesn't like heat up the whole beach. You're not like walking on the beach and there's a fire pit down there and you're like, oh, I thought it was getting warmer. I don't know what people are thinking, man. I realize that's a terrible example, but it's kind of the same as what I'm hearing from somebody claiming that, you know, all the rooms in their house are all walled off, and somehow, you know, the one room that the PC is in is getting hotter. Maybe if their room is a closet or under the stairs, that's possible. But most normal size rooms, I don't know. That PC would have to be really pulling a lot of power for quite a number of hours, likely with the door closed to the room to trap that heat. Maybe open the window. I mean, we have very simple solutions is all I'm trying to say. Let's go ahead and restart this. Anyway, yeah, I mean, if I was worried about the room heating up, I would simply open a window and let the cooler air in. If it was already hot outside and I'm running the AC and that room is still hot, there's probably a cooling issue, or we're back to the window facing the sun and you need to put more insulation, protection over the window, you know, like blackout curtains, shades, or even window film or sunscreens to cut down the sun and coming into the house, and that's going to significantly make a difference to the heat of that room the sun is hitting. At least it does here in Phoenix. Ask me how I know. Sunscreens are one of the best investments I ever made to my electric bill, I'll tell you that. And the house looks really cool because with these dark sunscreens over the windows, the house looks like it's wearing sunglasses. It really does. It also gives you privacy. People can't see in through them. Maybe at night, if the windows were, if the curtains were open and it was dark outside and there was a light on, then people could see in. But during the day, it's just like trying to look at somebody's eyes with sunglasses on. You cannot see through them. So you've got more privacy. It has a bigger impact on the cooling of the house than insulation does. And you'd still use curtains, don't get me wrong, but it reduces the intensity while at the same time making the house look far more attractive. Once you do that and have whatever mini PC you want, you probably wouldn't notice any heat difference in the room. So it's like trying to solve a problem backwards, the way people are talking about replacing a PC because of the heat. But again, if you want to do it your way and that's your solution, then what you want is a mini PC that has a built-in mobile graphics processor, and that'll solve that problem. But keeping your graphics processor and taking it out of your desktop just to put it in an external dock, that's your heat source. It's not the PC that's ever been your heat source. It's always those graphics cards. Just look at the wattage they use. Higher the wattage your graphics card uses, the more heat it's going to put out. Real simple. The more horsepower your car has, the worse your gas mileage is going to be, at least on an internal combustion engine. Now, as we reboot here, we're going to check Windows Update one more time. Also, you're getting an idea of how long this takes to boot, keeping in mind it's still finishing the install of updates. So this is not a true clean reboot because updates are still installing, but you still get an idea of how fast it is. John Paul Bacon said he had a PlayStation 3 and it would heat up his room 24/7. You never turned your PlayStation 3 off? You played games 24/7? He says, I barely ever had to open my vent cover, even in the winter. Well, sounds like a benefit. I don't have a PlayStation. I don't know. Seems like that'd be an awfully small room. Or you're playing a lot of video games. Maybe try sleeping. All right, another hopefully final boot here. No, it's still doing updates. These are important. Let them work. Don't interrupt them. Be patient. Find something else to do if you're impulsive. It'll wait for you when you come back. And this is really critical stuff here. We absolutely want to make sure that if this is a machine we're going to rely on from day to day, we want to make sure we build it strong, that the foundation is strong. This is not a place to be cutting corners and saving a nickel or a dime of your time trying to rush through something and then end up having a PC that has problems because you didn't allow things to complete properly or you interrupted the process, corrupting files, and then good luck diagnosing that mess. So just, again, be very patient on an original first-time setup, even if you're building it yourself. Looking in here, we've got the Thunderbolt Control Center here. We've got the AtomMan Control Center, which is what I think was shown on the website. And I think it's still doing something here. It's loading. Let me change these taskbar settings back to, oh, there it goes. Yeah, it was loading. So I'm going to turn these off here and here, and then under System Tray Icons, we're going to turn off OneDrive. We'll turn on Windows Security, NVIDIA Container, Control Center, Bluetooth. Yeah, I want all these on. Good. I don't want them hidden underneath this arrow. And again, here's our, lighting effects controls. We could do gradient. For settings, we've got, if you want to disable your Windows key on your keyboard, because you don't want it kicking you out of a game when you accidentally hit that key. We've got something called quick cooling, which is turned on. This is obviously going to affect the noise. And then the graphics card mode, right here, discrete graphics card, meaning our 4070. And you can switch this probably in the BIOS to the Intel graphics card built onto the CPU. I don't know why you would, but you can. Let's go back to Windows Update. Where's my settings? Right here, right in the middle. Back over to Windows Update. And let's see if 24H2 gets offered to us now. I am predicting it will. Am I optimistic? Let's find out. Everything's live and unscripted, unrehearsed. I have no idea. I am just based on experience. I think we're going to see 24H2 offered to us now. Anticipation. Windows 11, 24H2. Perfect. I love it when a plan comes together. All right, well, that completes loading. If you have any questions regarding this AtomMan PC or other technical problems that you're looking to resolve that you yourself are experiencing, or if you have other channel-related questions, this is a good time to ask while we're waiting for these updates to install. Believe me, there was a part of me that wanted to get this out of the box and do this off camera so we didn't have to go through this waiting process during our initial review of this. But I felt like I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't set your expectations properly to just really go through this and understand what to expect, especially when you're dropping, you know, $1,500 for something like this, well, you can just plug it in and these updates will happen over time in the background. I recommend you just get them out of the way, make sure everything works. Because if any of these updates fail or there's, you know, any blue screens or crashes, you want to find out immediately before you start settling in and making yourself comfortable. If it goes through all this okay as it should, then we can start building on top with confidence that we're going to move forward, likely without ever having any issues for years and years and years. That would be warranty. If you're going to have a warranty problem, it's typically going to be something that happened in shipping. That's why it's important we put it through the paces when we first get it. And since you need the updates anyway, that's a great way to burn in a new system. Not a guarantee, but there are systems that fail on the updates because RAM has become dislodged or a component has become damaged. Sometimes the manufacturer's install of Windows is a bit hanky. And it's like, yeah, I probably should reinstall my own Windows. This has never been a problem with Minisforum, just FYI, but we have clearly seen this on other machines where the install was sketchy. And you don't want to build on that. Not unless you enjoy, you know, diagnosing weird problems. Start with a nice, clean, solid foundation. Make sure it updates properly. Make sure all your drivers are the correct drivers and nothing's missing in the device manager. And then go ahead and put what you want on it. One thing at a time, rebooting in between installs. Because if you put multiple changes on the machine, whether that's new installs, you reboot and now you've got a problem you never had before. How do you know which of the things you did caused it? So one thing at a time, nice and steady. Slow is faster. Slow wins the race. Slow and steady. You get through it. People get anxious. They want to take shortcuts. You're going to have, when you have problems, they're going to be far more difficult to diagnose because there's too many variables now. It's your choice. Plan accordingly. Oh, there is a sale that's going on for a couple of days or until it's sold out on those Klipsch 2.1 speakers that I use to this day. I think I have about 4 pairs of these things. And they were on sale for this price like 2 or 3 years ago when I brought it to your attention back then. But over at Woot, if you're an Amazon member, let's see if I can bring this up. Actually, there should be a link in the video description now that I think about it. If we go to our video description, which is right here, scroll down towards the middle of the page, and it says Klipsch Pro Media 2.1 THX speaker system. That link takes you to Woot. And if I share the screen with you, and this is not an affiliate link or anything, I'm just trying to share a deal with you guys I think is a really good deal. These are some of my favorite speakers ever. And the fact that these have speaker covers, by the way, they're not just bare and exposed. These will make you deaf. I mean, they are super loud. For $90, you get the subwoofer and the 2 speakers. They had a version of this that was Bluetooth, but I don't think it's. I don't think this is the Bluetooth version. They only made the Bluetooth version for a little while. Got your controls down here on the speaker for how much bass you want and how much volume. And then sub can sit on the floor. The best place to place a subwoofer is in the corner where 2 walls meet, and it'll bounce off those 2 walls and be very bassy. If you just place it where there's nothing for the sound to bounce back off of, it won't be as bassy. That's just how subwoofers and sound works. And you can see there is a limit. You can only order 3 of these at that price. I don't know why anybody needs more than 1, but they do make great Christmas gifts for anybody who loves good audio on a desktop or laptop or mini PC. That is a great price. And again, if you have an Amazon account, you can use your Amazon account to pay for it as well. Something they call Amazon Pay, which is just nothing you need to set up. And does anybody have these speakers from the last time we talked about the Klipsch 2.1 Pro Medias? And if so, what do you think of them? Ron says his son has the Heritage version of these. I don't know what that means. Phil Stodd said he's not experienced a crash on any of his PCs. It's quite interesting. And what part of the country are you in, Phil? Are you in the US? I would find it difficult to believe it's an ISP issue. Data's ones and zeros are still ones and zeros. So I think it's an issue with how Chrome is handling the data being sent to it through whatever programming they're using on YouTube. But again, it's anybody's guess at this point. There are some browser add-ins that are supposed to fix this. People have had mixed results. For some people they work, for others they don't. But hopefully we'll get an answer to it before too long. In the meantime, if your browser crashes, just hit the refresh button. It'll come right back up. In fact, sometimes people fall behind in the video and they don't realize it. And if you're not sure if you're watching right up to the very second that we're live, that you're not lagging behind, you can hit that refresh button and that will correct that as well. Just an FYI there. All the links for everything we're talking about today are in the video description below the video. And our thanks to all of our members for making today's video even possible. It is my intention, to be clear, that I really want to use this on a daily basis, rely on it, and do a real thorough review and let you know what it's like to live with. So if we complete everything on today's overview/review, then it'll immediately go into service here. If we run out of time and I'm not able to do everything I want to do because we still want to open this up, but waiting on these updates is taking a while, then I'll set it aside. We'll do a part 2 where we open it, if that's what it comes to with time. And then once all that's complete, then I will deploy it for my own personal use. Well, it's not personal use, it's for office use, for maintaining the YouTube channel and the emails and all the business side of things and all the Amazon ordering I do. Right now, that's all being done on the Galaxy Book 3. And I have a big monitor that I've moved over from Studio B that I've not been able to use. I'm not willing to use it on the laptop. So with this, I don't have a choice. I can't be lazy and say, I'm not going to hook up that big monitor. Andy Kane said that is a good deal for $90. Phil Stodd says he's in New Jersey and he does not use Chrome. The problem is it seems to be Chromium-based issue. So since so many browsers are based on Chrome from Edge and others, Opera, whatever browser you're using, it's pretty rare that they're not Chromium-based. But what browser is it, just out of curiosity? Samuel Kowalski says, sleep? What's that? That's a fair question. Something we do when we're dead, I guess. Giordarte says hello. Hey, welcome in, Giordarte. Good to see you. He wants me to check email. All right. Again, I want to encourage questions in the chat. This is the time to ask. This particular update can take a while, so we're just here hanging out, guys. We've ordered at the restaurant. We're waiting for our food. Think of it like that. And so, well, the food is a-cooking. We're sitting around the table. Let's talk. Oh, wow. A lot of messages have come in while I've not been paying attention. This person is trying to reach out to me, and I'm going to respond since the chat room is being quiet. This person wants to talk to me. And Giordarte sends an Amazon gift card of $50, and he says, Carey, enclosed are contributions for your amazing live stream on YouTube. Keep it up, my friend. Giordarte. Giordani joins us from New York. Thank you, Giordani. Charlie Purdy with a $100 Amazon gift card. Ooh, I'm loving the generosity. Thanks, you guys, so much. Thank you, Charlie, as always. Super generous. I have a couple of upcoming builds that, well, let's see. We've got the Ultra 7 build. We still have to put it into a case and figure out what power supply we're going to use. I think I've got that all sorted, and I'm waiting on parts. The Asus ProArt build did have bad RAM. New RAM has come in, but now I'm waiting on the power supplies, which I don't think will be here until Thursday. I only need one, but I ordered two because they were a great deal. Asus 1000 watt modular power supply. So that may not get finished this week based on, whenever Amazon delivers the package. Also, I have another 13500 baseline build, budget build, to put together using the same parts, the ASRock B760 Pro RSD4. DDR4 is a little cheaper. That's easily a 10-year build. That instead of an 8-year build, they are now 10-year builds based on technologies. The software's been slowing down, but the hardware keeps getting better. So you could easily expect 10 years out of one of these 13500 or 14500. All of the issues that those chips had have all been resolved as long as you make sure you put the latest BIOS update on. There's no more instability or issues. So you can boldly choose those chips. All of that stuff is now in the past. It's all been resolved. Speaking of that, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, who was an engineer who worked his way up in the company, has been in that position for about 4 years and has only made things worse. Like, I was so hopeful that an actual employee that worked their way up would do better than some MBA college degree person who knows numbers, but doesn't matter if it's Arby's they're running or the Hilton Hotel or if it's Intel. The numbers all work the same no matter. When you're that high up in the executives of a suite of the company, the C-suite of the company, it's all about the numbers. You don't really have any hands-on with how things are made or customer service. You are so disconnected at that level. All you're looking at is answering to your investors and explaining to them how much money they should expect to make this quarter, and if not, how come? And when can we expect our money? Because otherwise we're going to take our money out and go somewhere else and invest somewhere else. And then you don't have a company anymore if they all do that. It's a very delicate place to be, but it's, as an employee, very frustrating when the people making decisions don't have a clue what you do. But without you, the company wouldn't have any customers or manufacturing processes without the people who do the work. That's why shows like Undercover Boss are quite interesting to people, because it's pretty rare that a CEO comes up from the ranks. Like they go, oh, this is how you make the French fries? I didn't know, right? What they're doing is so higher level. It's all pencil pushing. And there's a lot of politics and bureaucracy in handling what your investors are demanding. More or less, it's my understanding Pat Gelsinger didn't want to quit or retire, but they'd had enough. So to give you an idea of the sort of what, I can only speculate because this happens quite often, is you have all these people that pour in millions of dollars with the hope and the promise that they're going to get back millions back. I'm going to give you X amount of dollars and I'm going to get multiples of that X back. How? By having a company that you hire employees for at the cheapest possible rate in most cases to get the job done in every area of marketing and human resources, and you got to provide medical insurance, you have a building and all the power it takes and maybe a cafeteria. All of these things plus the equipment required from computers to engineering design to computers that control manufacturing, the maintenance of that, the packaging, the distribution, all of this. All this happens, so these people up at the top just pick right off the top. They pick the fruit of that, all the effort that's going into making that tree grow and nourish. And it's not a real fair system, right? The people that work the hardest typically get paid the least. And the people at top who do the least, they're just making decisions based on money. Do we put money into this or do we not put money into that? Do we need more money or do we just need to just close a few departments of the company that aren't profitable? Instead of fixing them, let's get rid of them. So Intel's done that over and over with their SSD division. now owned by SK Hynix. They got rid of the NUC division that's now licensed by Asus. They shutting down left and right different divisions, Optane and Rambus. This has historically been a thing, and it's cutting cost. The problem is if the doctor says you've got to lose weight, so you chop off your arm, well, you know, you definitely lost some weight, but you only have one other arm. And when you chop that arm and the two legs off, there's no more chopping that can be done. You're out of things to chop. I think it's a pretty sick way to go about resolving a problem, but it's fast. You can get the investors what they want by chopping parts of your limbs off. It's brutal. It destroys families and communities, like what Ford did to Flint, Michigan. Ford and GM. Generations of folks working loyally with the car manufacturers who decided, their investors decided, we're not making enough money here. It's costing too much. Take it to Mexico, take it to Canada. And that's what happened. And then because the entire city more or less relied on that income, that meant all the restaurants that was feeding those workers, all the hardware stores that was providing the workers for the projects they needed, for the tools they needed for their own homes, to fix their homes up, lawnmowers, everything you need to live your life. Grocery stores, they all went out because everybody worked for the car companies. None of these supporting businesses could stay in business when nobody had any money. And then the town, you know, it just got worse. It became almost like it's not as bad today. It's still got some pretty rough areas, but it used to be a very nice place, very upscale. And it's clearly not upscale today, and they're still recovering from that because they had all their eggs in one basket. And it's not like Ford wanted to do it, or Chevy, or GM. They just were forced to by the investors to start getting us more money. And the cost of health insurance, the cost of rent, and the cost of the employees was much higher here in America than if they would open it across the border. That's how it works. So Pat Gelsinger, without much notice, my understanding was you could be fired or you could quit. But one way or the other, the board wants you out. We're tired of waiting for our investments to come back to us. You've had 4 years. Nothing's any better. And we've decided that that should have happened by now. I don't know how they make up their mind. They just decide you should have been able to do it. And after 40 years in the industry, working his way up through Intel, becoming the CEO is what caused his retirement. If he had never become the CEO, he still might be working as an engineer or higher up in the management. But because he's a CEO, there was a lot of pressure on him, made the company look bad with the 13th and 14th gen issues. The Ultra, the new Ultra 7 and Ultra 5 and Ultra 9 launch did not go well. He has made a lot of bad decisions, quite frankly. I don't know what he's thinking. And it's the last thing I expected from somebody who worked their way up, because you'd think he'd be thinking on behalf of the employee. But maybe that's what caused it. Maybe you cannot think like an employee in this industry. Maybe you have to think like an MBA and just be clueless about what your company does, if that's what it takes to be profitable. Lisa Su over at AMD, she's an engineer. She knows exactly what her engineers are developing, whereas most MBAs don't have a clue. So she proves that, yes, you can be an engineer and be a successful CEO. So clearly Pat Gelsinger just didn't have what it takes to be the CEO. But for over 30 years as an engineer, clearly knew what he was doing. So the whole thing is bizarre to me. It doesn't fit logic. An engineer should logically be able to operate the company in a profitable way that makes sense. How many times as an employee have you ever said, why is the company doing it like that? We could save so much money if we just did it this other way. And you would think, at least I would, that moving up in the company where you could actually put that into place would save the company money. But that's not what Pat Gelsinger letting people go left and right, that's not what an employee would do, is it? Yeah, you know, if we could just get rid of this whole division, we just fired all of my coworkers, just keep me. Company would be more profitable. I suppose there are departments in companies that other employees not in that department go, we could do without that department. But in my personal experience, I haven't seen that very often. Usually when that happens, when they shut down a department, that means your department's going to do their job now, and you're going to just have more responsibilities with no pay raise. And if they get rid of that department, that means you're going to have to work harder because somebody has to do that job. So that's going to fall on your department now and be split up amongst the employees, such as yourself, to now take on these additional responsibilities with no additional pay. Hence, profit goes up, you work harder. So be careful what you wish for is all I'm saying. Pat Gelsinger should have known better. So disappointed by that guy. Just one bad decision after the other. So good riddance. Good riddance. Let's hope they get somebody in who starts steering the ship properly because, you know, Intel, they can recover from this. They certainly have the ability, but somehow they've lost their navigational skills. It's literally turning the ship around. They're just pointing in the wrong direction. Once they correct that, and they do that in a timely manner, things will get interesting again from AMD and Intel's competitive perspective. Mark my words. Phil Stott said he's using Firefox and Ghostery. I also tested 24H2 with Edge. It's not crashing on any system. Very strange, but we'll have to just follow up and find out what's different about Phil's system than everybody else. Because as far as I know, anybody who's hanging out in the chat for hours, it's happening universally worldwide, regardless of the browser. However, that's just based on the information I have. This is new information. There's got to be something there. Maybe he's got a browser extension none of us has that's fixing it. I don't know. Mark Gaines said in Amazon UK, those Klipsch Pro Media 2.1 speakers are 219 pounds or 220 pounds. That's, yeah, 3 times more money, and the British pound is worth more than a US dollar. That's weird. But this isn't sold. Like if I look at Amazon for those Klipsch speakers, they're a higher price than what Woot. Woot is a special discounting page. And they work with Amazon, and I believe they work with other retailers, but they get unique pricing for items for various reasons. And the only way you get that pricing is through them. If I look on Amazon right now at the price of those speakers, I guarantee you they're not at the Woot price. I don't know what they are, but we can look. Let's take a look at Amazon. And I mean, these speakers have been around for what, 10 years or long, probably longer than 10. It's just a good design. When the manufacturer hasn't changed the design of a product they still sell today for over 10 years, it's because there's nothing to improve. Klipsch Pro Media. You might check klipsch.com and see if you can order them direct from Klipsch. So here at Amazon, they're $116, so about $36 more than Woot. And if we go to Klipsch, what is the name of the website? Klipsch.com is what I think it is. And if we share the screen with you guys here, you'll go to speakers. And we're looking for, well, these would be powered speakers. Oh, I see the Heritage Ron was talking about down there. We're looking for the Pro Media. So see down here, Heritage inspired subwoofers. Anything say Pro Media? We've got some kind of browser issue here. There we go. Sometimes, like when you see the specials we talk about, and they sell out or you have a different price, go directly to the manufacturer's website. That is a little tip from your Uncle Carey. I don't see the Pro Medias. They're in here somewhere. And it's not Dolby Atmos, it's going to be THX. TV soundbars, entertainment centers. Should be speakers. And I mean, it should be powered in sub. I mean, that's where it should be, powered speaker. They do plug in, they do need power. And I can just tell by looking at the pictures, none of these are what we're looking for. These are home audio. like for an entertainment center. We're looking at computer. You could use these on an entertainment center, by the way. They're really designed to be used on a PC. They're very, very loud. So they could be placed in a living room and plugged into your television easily. They would do the job, but they're not the speakers here are better designed for that use case scenario for both looks and sound quality, and even 4.1 or 5.1 or 7.1 surround sound, which you're not going to get on the Klipsch. Powered in subs. Yeah, these aren't them. Let's just do a search for Pro Media. That'll be the quick way to find it. There they are, right there. Same price as on Amazon. So that makes that Woot deal all the more attractive, right? Because you're getting the same speakers for $26 less. Same exact thing. Free shipping either way. But if it's that pricey in the UK, maybe see if Klipsch sells to the UK there, or to Northern Ireland, as the case may be. Now, looking here, estimated deliveries the 12th through the 16th, and then maybe if you order from Amazon, you get your delivery faster. This one says free ground shipping, so that's not going to be as fast as Amazon. And if we go back to Amazon and take a look at those Klipsch Pro Media 2.1s, at 116, they're a little bit cheaper. And yeah, it says it could show up as soon as, if we order it within about 24 hours, we'll have them Friday. Today's Tuesday. That's pretty good. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be any different. But these speakers, I cannot say enough good about them. There they are with the speaker cover on. They are loud, clear. And again, the same model of speaker has been made over 10 years. They're no different than they were 10 years ago. That's how good they are. They can keep making them the same. And of course, with scale, the prices come down. When these were brand new, to get them at $250 back 10 years ago was a steal. And by the way, $250 10 years ago is like $300 or $325 in today's money. I'm just saying, not only are they cheaper, the dollar's worth less now. So that makes them even cheaper than that. And that is the economy of scale right there. If you can just keep making the same thing, then you don't have to improve it because you've done it right the first time. Well, then this can obviously reduce cost of production and the price can go down, making it more affordable for everybody. Let me jump back over to our chat room. Phil Stodd said he has no idea why he's not crashing. He's just letting us know. No, I appreciate it, Phil. I mean, I'm just baffled. I don't know what to say. Something's different. My friend Ron said he uses Chrome, no crashing there, and he's got the same ISP I do, so that's clearly not an ISP issue. He's just on the other few miles down the road. Patrick Manny saying no crashes so far using Firefox 133. I have gone through, I've done shows where we haven't experienced crashing, but mostly there will be at least one crash during a 3-hour broadcast, usually. Sometimes we get through a show, I get through a show without a crash, but most of the time it does, and sometimes it'll crash 2-3 times. So I still don't know, but there are browser extensions. As I mentioned, if you search for the YouTube memory leak, you'll see some fixes offered on GitHub. I don't know how much you can trust them, but if it's really driving you crazy and you want to try some out, let us know what your experience is. And for those of you not experienced it, please let us know if that ever changes. Andy wants to know if I have any update on the battery replacement for the Dell XPS laptop we did earlier. Basically, it's too early to tell. It's kind of doing the same thing where you fire it up, it'll say, oh, you've got 2 hours left, and then you let it sit, and it'll say 3 hours or 4 hours are left. I started to let it play YouTube videos just to see, and after 20 minutes, it said 47 minutes was left. And I was down to, let's say, 80% battery. But then it went down to 67% battery about an hour or two later, and it said there was 47 minutes left. So it's going to take some time for the battery to train. The other thing that occurs to me is a lot of people were talking about conditioning the battery, you know, discharge it all the way or go in the BIOS and there's an option. Apparently a lot of you are still living in, you know, 2005. The reason I mention that isn't to be nasty, it's to inform you that you don't have to do any of this stuff anymore. Your cell phones, if they're modern, anything taking a lithium-ion battery now, it's all built into the programming of the device or the charger to automatically condition the battery for you. So when you go into a modern BIOS of a laptop, and keep in mind, when I say modern, I mean within the last 3-4 years, when I go into that Dell BIOS, which is an 11th generation Intel chip, there is no option to drain that battery or train that battery like there used to be. Now it's automatically conditioning the battery, and you can override that to say, just give me full performance, or just give me full battery life, or just give me this, or just give me that. Or you just leave it alone where it's set to auto, and the machine intelligently decides based on how you're using the laptop when to give you performance and when to take it easy on the battery. And for that reason, when the battery first goes in, it hasn't really gotten to know how you use the machine until you've used it for a few cycles. This idea that you need to drain the battery is just simply not true anymore. This is all happening automatically. Now, if you have older hardware, older equipment, that still holds true. But in all this new stuff, you can't rely on the consumer to follow instruction. And then they're going to be pissed off and call support and cry and whine. My battery only lasted 6 minutes, because they're always keeping it charged up and they're never conditioning it. So now this all happens automatically on all modern laptops. My Samsung Galaxy Book 3, which is already a year and a half, 2 years old, it will switch from running on power to running on the battery all by itself in order to condition the battery for me. There is no overriding that. It's no longer necessary. It all takes care of itself. Because of that, for me to get any sort of an accurate idea of what I'm going to get out of that battery, I'm going to need a week or two to use it. And honestly, aside from just running YouTube on it for a couple hours, and then it got late and I needed to go to bed, and I just shut it down, charged it up, and it's back where it belongs by the bedside table. So when customers need support, I can turn it on, start using it. What ends up happening is I'll start updating, let's say a customer's got 12 or 14 computers. So it'll be after closing time, maybe a weekend or an evening. I'll get on one of those computers remotely while I lay in bed, use Instant House Call, log into it, start running Windows Update. Each computer has 2 monitors, and if I display both monitors on the laptop screen, everything's real tiny and I can't see it. So by default, the remote software gives me one monitor in one window, the second monitor in the second window, because sometimes the end user has different windows appearing on different screens based on their preferences, and I have to bounce. Like I'll go to the main screen to say run Windows Update, and then nothing happens. Oh, let me check monitor 2. I click over to monitor 2 and Windows Update is there. Once I start Windows Update, I then log into the second machine. Well, I'm still connected to the first one. That opens 2 more windows. And I'll start Windows Update on that one. And now I've got 4 windows open for 2 machines. And I won't take it any further than that. I will do whatever needs to be done for maintenance on those 2 machines. And then when the first one is done, I'll open the third one. When the second one is done, I'll open a fourth one. And I work my way through all 12, or until it gets too late at night and I'll pick it up another day. For that reason, 3 hours of a battery life is not long enough for me. But if you're wondering, you know, how long is a support call lasting? Why does he need a 3-hour battery on a support call? Because I'm updating at scale. I'm updating a bunch of machines. Now there's an easier way to do that using remote management software, but I don't like that. I like hands-on. And I don't have to do this but like once every 3 or 4 months. So it's not a big deal. And especially if I can have the TV on and I click Windows Update, just glance over. Like what we're doing right now. While we're waiting for this update, I could be watching TV and I'll just glance over, still working, right? But if it's down in the office I have to walk into the office and keep checking it. When I'm connecting remotely, that remote goes where I am, so I don't have to go to it. I can update an entire office of computers faster from my house than it would for me to be in the office, walking from office to office, even in the same building. So I can start Windows Update on this computer, then I have to get out of the chair, walk down the hallway into the next office, fire up that monitor, whatever, go to that Windows Update, then walk back to the first office and see how it's progressing, and then walk back to the, you see what I'm saying? I can do it faster without any of that effort and not even having to go to the client's office. It's good to be the king. Now my browser just now crashed. What's interesting is if you take the mouse and put it over the tab of your browser, it should show you what your memory consumption is. And what's happening on Chrome is, like if I hover my mouse on the live streaming tab, at the bottom, a little window pops up and at the bottom it says what my memory usage is. Right now, my memory usage in the live chat is 336 megs, which is insane. And that will climb and climb and climb. And when it gets to like 3-4 gigs of RAM, the whole thing shuts down. That's called a memory leak. And that's how you can verify what's going on with your system. You can even predict when it's going to happen. So if you're not experiencing the crashes, that means the memory usage is going to be far lower. So I'd be curious for Phil Stodd, for example, who's not experiencing these crashes, what his memory usage says right now. Is it in the hundreds or thousands, or is it single digits? Because one leads to the other. Vaso says the i3-14900K is faster than my i9-9900K. That may be true, yeah, probably uses less voltage, it's easier to cool, but that's technology moving along, right? We love to see that because the i3 is a lot cheaper too. This update does take a while. This is a big, major update. Which is why usually I'll do this off camera and I'll just tell you I had to update it. But I need you to be prepared and understand what to expect. And I strongly recommend you do this all on a brand new machine before you start utilizing it, before you start building on your foundation. Make sure you got a good solid foundation. That means having all your security updates, all your driver updates, everything. And given that we're almost at a 2-hour broadcast, and this is as far as we've gotten, it does appear it's inevitable that we're going to have to do a part 2 on this review where we can open it up. Inside, you can change the memory. It's standard SO-DIMM memory, so we can go 96 gigs total, with each stick being 48 gig of laptop memory. We can put 2 M.2 drives in. The M.2 drives on this are stacked. So at first glance, it looks like you only have one M.2 drive. But when you take the heatsink off, it exposes a second slot. So that's a real efficient design use. And hopefully we don't have any heat-related problems stacking them like that. I think there's a heatsink between them, but we'll have to figure that out when we open it up. The Wi-Fi 7 card is a normal laptop-style Wi-Fi 7, so you can easily take that out and replace it. If there's something about the manufacturer of the card you don't like for any reason, if you want to downgrade it, you can do that. If you want to upgrade to Wi-Fi 8 or 9, whenever that happens, this machine is fully upgradable in that way. It's pretty easy to get into, though a little nerve-wracking. There are 3 screws at the bottom, which requires removing the foot. And then you pull it apart. And you got to be careful because they're all clips. I wish they'd stop using the clips. I would much rather have a couple of screws on top and let the back or the side just easily come off. We've seen that on the Ace Magic laptop. Very inexpensive, very budget laptop. Everything's easy to get into, no plastic clips. I don't know why that's so hard. The problem with the plastic clips, especially as the machine ages or if you're not careful enough when you separate them, it's hard to know if the clip is actually coming out normal or if the clip is cracking or breaking off. It's nerve-wracking to me. And so as the plastic as it ages and it gets more brittle, That's likely an inevitability. I wouldn't mind if it had, say, little grooves and slots where it opened like a door and pulled out. Something so that when you pushed it back on, it would stay level and flush. And the clips ensure that that seam is even along all the edges on all sides. There's got to be a better way than that. So apart from that little heart attack moment of being very careful when you open it to not break those plastic clips that are all the way around, it's very easy to get into. But that's it. Everything's exposed at that point. In fact, you can run the machine with the lid off of it if you want to. There's no Wi-Fi or anything, no wires attached to the lid. In fact, maybe this side that comes, I'd have to look that up. It's one side or the other. The other side stays on. LRCX said he just crashed too using Firefox. So again, if you look up at the tab, when I had mentioned it, you probably would have saw your Firefox was at over 3 gigs of memory usage, I'll bet you. Look, Greenia said he's had 3 crashes so far. He just switched to Firefox. Yeah, no, Firefox is going to crash too. But hey, try it. I mean, Ron Barnish said he crashed at 3,500 megs of memory usage, RAM usage. Yeah, you can kind of see it coming if you just pay attention to that RAM usage. I mean, I don't know what you can do to stop it, but you can at least know that it's coming. Let me check the phone here right quick. We're waiting. Frankie B sent us a very generous PayPal contribution. Thank you so much, Frankie. You're the man. Giordane, once again, thank you for the Amazon gift card. Charlie Purdy, thank you so much for your very generous Amazon gift card. And Luke Greenia, thank you for the $25 PayPal contribution. And was anything yesterday? I think I got everything off yesterday's video as well. We do have a build video coming up. Customer reached out to me yesterday, and they have a machine that I built for them a long time ago. It's a, hold on, I'll tell you exactly what it is. They're not computer folks, you know, so I just told them where to go and take a picture with their phone. So I've got an email from them with the photos. I had an email from them. No, this should be it. This should be the one. Where's my attachments? Here they are. Okay. So the customer says their computer is slow, right? And I need to know, like they want to run Adobe Creative Suite on it, and they say the Adobe won't run. It just says it won't work. And I'm wondering, is their internet too slow? So I had them run a speed test, and they're only getting 13 megs upload speed and 218 down. But then they took a picture of the little Wi-Fi adapter that's plugged into a USB port. I'm pretty sure it's the cheap Wi-Fi adapter. On the other hand, without knowing what router they've got, and without knowing what internet service they've got, and because Adobe is a cloud-based service, I don't know if this is an internet problem. So I also asked, you know, let me see what the specs are to the computer, because I don't remember building it. It was a long time ago. Well, this computer is an i5-3570 from Intel. So that is 11 generations old. I guess 12 generations now, so 12 years old, with 8 gigs of RAM. It's Windows 10 Home Edition 22H2. The problem with Adobe Creative Cloud is Adobe needs a CPU that supports something called AVX instruction. What is it called? It's a specific AVX instruction that didn't exist back then, as far as I know. And Adobe says as long as your CPU doesn't have this ability, we cannot put Adobe Creative Cloud on here. And the error, I can tell you, it's AVX Advanced Vector Extensions 2. That's what it's called. And that CPU does not have that. But that CPU also is not compatible with Windows 11. But the whole system was built on a Corsair 200R. So I said, listen, I've got prepped boards here. I've got a couple of 13500s. I said, we can take that computer, we can pull the motherboard out of it, and that means we're going to take out the SATA SSD that's in there. We're going to take out the RAM, the CPU, and the cooler. We'll dust it all out, make it nice and clean. We'll put the new prep board, which has an NVMe drive. It's going to have DDR4, which this one probably has DDR3. Heck, it might even have DDR5. I'm not sure which boards I've got laying around here, but they're already built and ready to go with Windows 11 Pro already activated. This is a pretty straightforward job. We're going to take the motherboard out, disconnect all the cables, take the board out, put the new board we've already prepped in, plug all the cables back in. We can reuse the power supply. We can reuse the optical drive. I'm assuming it has an optical drive. And if the motherboard doesn't already have built-in Wi-Fi, we'll add a Wi-Fi 7 card to it, since they're obviously using this on Wi-Fi. And then if they say it's slow, then we know it's their router. But we got to do one step at a time, and I think they're looking to get this as a gift to a family member that wants to use Adobe Creative Cloud. And obviously they've never wanted to use this before. So you can see the end user's needs are changing. And there's nothing wrong with the old computer. Physically, it boots and runs as fine and as fast as it did when it was sold 12 years ago. It's just, why would you use it? It's no longer meeting the requirements of the end user. Their needs have changed. Plus, they're going to want Windows 11. We still have a year, about a year for that. But why not just nip it all in the bud right in one fall swoop? We'll get the computer updated, get them modernized. And the difference between an i5 from 3rd gen to an i5 to 13th gen is it's a 10 generation gap, which at about a 10% improvement per generation is like twice the computer. And that should set them up for another 10 years. Easy. The beauty of that Corsair 200R case is it's so easy to upgrade into. They can keep that case for decades until the standards change. That power supply is fine. It's going to be more than adequate because we're running on internal graphics. They don't need an external GPU. Now that could change, right? If they get into like Adobe Illustrator or something and they need external graphics, we're going to have to cross that bridge when we get to it, because quite frankly, that can cost twice as much as what the computer costs. And when we do that, we're going to need to change that power supply to something beefier. So they're looking likely of being out of budget. If I know these people, and I think I do, if they express that interest after this upgrade, which I doubt, because it's got to be somewhat, I mean, if they've been living with this, like the new one's going to be a whole new world to them. But if even that's not enough and they want to explore external graphics card solutions for, you know, Photoshop or Illustrator or something, I kind of know what the reaction to that discussion is going to be, which is you're going to drop $1,200 to $2,000 on the GPU, and we need to spend about $150 on a power supply. And they're going to say, we could have bought 3 of these computers. Yeah, well, that's how you do it. And anything less than that, you probably just stick with the internal graphics card, because it won't make that big of a difference in most cases. Everybody's different though. But if there's going to be another discussion, like after this, like we do this upgrade, they give it as a gift, let's say for the holidays, they start familiarizing themselves with it sometime around the end of January, middle of February, or end of February, that if they're going to ask, it's going to happen right in that window. Hey, it was great at first, but now, you know, it still feels a little sluggish when I do certain things in Adobe. What can we do to improve that? And the answer is just give me some more money, or give it to somebody. And, you know, I always try and keep things as value for the money as I can, which is why I'm not selling graphics cards. There's no value in them. On the other hand, maybe they just They get the new machine, it's a whole world of difference in performance, and they're totally happy, and there is no follow-up. We'll see what happens, but I'm looking forward to the upgrade now. We'll share that upgrade with you all. Should be relatively straightforward. Just pulling a board out, putting a board in. And couldn't ask for an easier case to work on for that. With the Corsair 200R, there's no RGB to deal with, no extra cable management to deal with. Just old school, good old-fashioned tech work. Eugene Hidalgo says, that's nice background wallpaper. Where can I get that? I did not get that wallpaper. That wallpaper came in automatically through Windows Update. So be sure you have all your latest Windows updates installed. And usually what people are asking is, I don't know where this wallpaper came from. How do I get rid of it? It's part of Microsoft kind of forcing the being wallpaper on people through Windows Update. I wasn't aware I was getting it. And it's on all my computers. So just go to Windows Update. You're clearly missing updates. Ron Barnish says, in Task Manager, it's showing 60 next to Chrome. That's a, well, I think you just crashed though, right? So you're starting over again. I don't look in Task Manager. I just hover the mouse over the Chrome tab. If you don't have a Chrome tab for some reason, just open a new tab and just leave it empty and just go back to your live stream tab. Just leave the mouse hovered on it. Take your hands off your mouse after about 2 seconds. It does appear our OBS disconnected from YouTube servers there. So that's not on you. And our internet has been up this whole time. So something internal with YouTube. Very bizarre. One of the things that is fun about live video, you know, we can't edit that out. That's really what just happened. LRCX said, is Firefox in Task Manager? Why are you guys going to Task Manager? I don't understand. Anyway, it's showing 1,550 megabytes of usage. So as that climbs and gets over 3, somewhere between 3 and 4, it'll typically, that's where your crash is going to happen. But I don't think you need to go to Task Manager. You just put the mouse over the tab. It's all, it should be right there. Mark Gaines says, yeah, the stream just froze. Yeah, Samuel Kowalski is also showing the icon for that. So that was on YouTube. That was not on us, and that was not on you. It just happens. David Graham said his tab does not show menus. Be sure you click Help in About on your browser that you're using the latest version of your browser. Also, are you using it on a desktop or are you on a mobile device or a television? I'm kind of curious if you're using the YouTube app or if you're using a browser, and if so, what browser, David, are you using? Larry says the same thing. I hovered over the tab. You need to let your mouse go. Take it out of your hands. Put your mouse right on top of the middle of the tab and take your hand off the mouse. Give it about 2 seconds and it should expand. I've seen people that they won't let go of the mouse and they don't realize they're moving it. You can't even see their hand move, but it's enough that the computer senses you're still doing something. So you need to remove your hand, take it off with it on the center of the tab, and that should expand and show you, at least on, certainly on Chrome and on Edge, they should both do the same thing. I can't really speak for other browsers, but they're all pretty well Chromium based and work the same. But yeah, I would be curious what browser you're using, and also be sure you're using the latest version of that browser by clicking on Help in About or Settings and About. Luke Greeny says Firefox tab is not showing memory usage. I don't have Firefox, so that may be the case.
The browser? Oh, like 12 times.
12 times? It
It's
didn't
great.
crash 12 times.
But I do want to reiterate that our internet connection is perfect and has been. And
No,
this
this was a
is
YouTube server problem because it froze for the...
Of course.
Yeah.
But I've been monitoring the whole time. And, yeah. Internet's great. YouTube, not so much.
What can you do? Yeah, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to. It's a big update.
Yeah, which I find really interesting.
No, I did a 24H2. I did the same thing with another mini PC last week, and it took just the same amount of time. Like, it almost doesn't even matter how fast your computer is. It's going to take a while. Ron Barnes says nothing showing here with the mouse over the tab. What browser are you using, Ron? Maybe we have a bunch of Firefox users or something. I thought Firefox did it, though. I swear people were saying Firefox did the same thing. Andy Kane says he watches streams on YouTube using his Fire Stick. Yeah, if you use a YouTube app, then you're not on the browser, and it's a browser memory leak, right? Not an app memory leak. There is a difference. Ron said he's using Chrome, and when he hovers his mouse, he doesn't see the RAM usage. How do you explain that?
I can't.
No, me neither.
It's on every Chrome browser.
I don't think it's possible. Maybe he's on the wrong part of the tab.
You just lightly move the mouse over and leave it alone, like you said.
Yeah.
Like you explained.
I'd have to physically see that to understand it, because what he's describing, he's either misunderstanding what he's looking at, misreporting the information, or there's something drastically different about his system configuration that is not default.
Or an add-on or something.
Yeah, maybe a browser add-on he's got that's blocking it, something like that. That's not defaulted. I don't know. Shouldn't be possible. LRCX said I left them, so he's saying the same thing. I left the mouse over the tab in Firefox. Well, you don't need to leave it for a minute. He says nothing using Firefox. Not a whole lot to see there, is there?
No, and that's, I mean,
I've got the rainbow colors going on.
what I find interesting is you're really excited about it, and I can understand
I'm very
why.
excited because of
And
the amount of power it's got.
This very, very, very minimal RGB is one of the things you really appreciate.
I
Am
do.
I correct?
I could go without it, to be honest. It just lets me know the machine's on. I don't need it all lit up
Because
along
Luke and I were really happy with the other one.
I'll tell you what, if that
makes
logo
sense.
lit up like an Apple logo,
Yeah.
just like one solid
Yeah.
color, I wouldn't complain.
Right. But it'd be too much.
No, it'd be fine.
Okay.
Could work as a nightlight, I guess.
Okay.
No, I much prefer to walk the walk than to just
I know.
show off. Like you can dress the part, but that doesn't mean you can play the part. I would rather you could play the part.
Right.
That's the most important thing to me.
Right.
That's my values.
Right.
I don't care if you can talk the talk. Good for you. I want to see you walk the walk. That's the priority.
Of course.
The talk, that's bonus and unnecessary.
Right.
The walk is not negotiable.
Right.
You either can or you cannot.
Well, this is
Oh, here we
one
go.
that
We can
I'm not
repeat.
going to fight you with, or fight
Good.
you on with. You can have it.
There's only, how many can you use?
I'll take as many as I can get, the ones that I like.
Yeah, and then do what?
Look at how many desktops you've built that I
You're like a
love,
crazy
and-
cat lady, except instead of cats, it's all computers.
Sure. Okay. Give me more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they can make a pill to help you.
I think I'd rather not take that pill.
Yeah.
I like my obsessions.
Yeah, it's definitely an obsession. Yeah, we're on, we haven't even upgraded your current PC. We were in the process of upgrading it, and you've already decided you want something else instead of that.
Yeah. But I like them both.
Oh, wait till
So-
you see what we do with the Apache helicopter. You're going to want it back.
Oh, but that's what I'm.
There's only room for one, though.
That's what I'm expecting.
There's
So-
only room for one. You're gonna
No.
have to pick your favorite child.
There is always space for more.
Sophie's choice.
There's always space for more.
Just saying. There is not always. This is not Jello. This place is not that big, and these computers are pretty large. The three we're talking about, they're pretty sizable.
There's nothing you can say that will deter me from saying there's always room for more. Nothing.
It doesn't give you any more room.
That's not the point.
That is the point. There's nowhere to put it.
I will find what I need.
All right. Well, that discussion is pointless because at this point now you're not accepting reality, which is fine.
Ha! Reality's what I make of it.
Yeah. Well, if you can figure out how to crab 10 pounds of crap into a 5-pound bag, you let me know how that's possible.
I can make that happen. I've
Maybe
done it
you can
before.
pull a rabbit out of a hat. I don't know, but
I could probably make
there's
that happen.
so much
too.
stuff and there's so much
Are
space.
you telling me I can get a rabbit?
No. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Essential Working Too Hard says, I'll take one of each, thank you. Hey, they might have a lot more space than we have. I don't know. When this computer comes back up, we'll open Edge and I will show you. Again, if you've added browser extensions or you're not running the latest browser, if it's Chrome or Edge, you should be able to see the tab. And if you cannot, there's some configuration change you've made to your machine through some sort of an add-on or maybe a registry change. I don't know if you're somebody who, downloads and makes tweaks to downloading third-party applications to improve system performance, or those, stuff that YouTube content creators are telling you to go in your registry. And if you do stuff like that, you're going to have consequences that are different than everybody else. If you want to be able to follow what we demonstrate online, it's critical that you're not throwing on random browser extensions or making registry changes. You should never need to go in your registry, never ever. And the fact when you do that can have long-term consequences long after you've completely forgotten about the change you made. That is the most frequent reason why people have a different experience and why we can't help them, because they've made a change that is unique and uncommon, and we've never seen it before. And we don't know that they did that, and they often don't remember doing it. So the only way to really do that, to know for sure, is a complete reset of the operating system. Now, I'm not going to go that extreme because I haven't seen this person's computer, Ron's computer. I'd have to connect to it remotely. But what I can do is I can show you here on a brand new machine out of the box that we've not molested or changed in any way. We'll bring up just the Edge browser and we'll bring up the live video, and I'll hover the mouse and you should be able to see the memory usage. And customizations to your computer in that regard, like registry changes or browser extensions, may have a side effect, and you may not have realized that. It could have been a year and a half ago you made the change, and you just never knew, and now you can't remember ever making that change. So that is quite often why there'll be a difference between what we show you and what you see. Or you're using something different, right? You're using a different browser or an app, you're out of date, or you're not following the instructions properly. Any of those are possibilities. You should be seeing exactly what we're seeing in the same way if you're running everything stock the way it's supposed to be. Sometimes there's still exceptions. However, that is usually, more often than not, the reasons why there's the difference. And it's usually on the end user's end that they just don't realize. But as soon as this update is done, we'll just verify what we're saying here and demonstrate it to you, and we can go from there. It's not important. It's not critical, to be able to see your memory usage. It's just a matter of fact. And there are certainly add-ons, registry changes, and utilities that will disable that feature, any of which is a variety of countless side effects from these recommended programs, extensions, and registry settings you see online. And I strongly recommend you do not follow any of those. They are all completely unnecessary. Somebody might make a video that says, here's how to turn off all the Windows spying, and now 6 or 8 months later, you're having an issue that has nothing to do with Windows spying, but it turns out is actually in effect because you did that. So when you're using the functions within the Windows graphical user interface to disable things, that's safe. But the minute you've got to use a third-party application, you're now opening the world of your experience to all kinds of unrelated problems in the future. Endlessly. It'll never stop. This is one thing I can tell you. Those changes have consequences. And they're typically the cause. And I'm not accusing you or anything like that, but I am saying that that's usually why this happens. Usually. Something is different on your side. Since we're all using the same windows in the same browser, then the question is, what's different on your side that you've added that we've not added? Now, again, with Firefox, I guess it works differently. We'd have to download Firefox and try it. I don't know. I don't like Firefox. I don't use that. But as a Chromium-based browser, I think it should work the same, but I don't know. I mean, clearly, people are not having it work the same. But at least with Edge and Chrome, I know how they work. With Firefox, I'll stay in my lane. I don't know. Phil Stott said if a browser won't work correctly using a standard config, and in other words, you have to make registry changes or browser extensions, he'd just not use the browser. That's the right answer. Yeah, I agree. David Graham said he's got a fresh stock reload of Windows. And you're using Edge or Chrome, David? David said he's using Edge. And this is Windows 10 or Windows 11? Windows 11. And when you go to Windows Update, does it say there's any updates waiting for you? If you go there right now and check updates, does it say you're current or does it say there's updates waiting? Says he's current. And then are there browser extensions installed? If you go to settings, I'm not asking you to remember, I'm asking you to physically check. So many times people, I don't know how they got on there. I didn't know it was on there. Go to your settings and under extensions, see if you've added any browser extensions or if any browsers extensions have been added. And if so, please disable them. You can always re-enable them after the test. Sometimes people put a piece of software on and it adds a browser extension without their full knowledge. Other times people add browser extensions they forgot about. They're just automatic things they do on a new install without any thought like, oh, well, it's never had a problem before. Don't care. It's got to be disabled in order for the diagnostic to be thorough. And we're just waiting now for this update to finally finish. I don't know why the screen is green. I'm guessing that's an NVIDIA driver issue that I hope will self-correct, because that should be blue. And again, once this comes up, we'll hit Microsoft Edge and I'll demonstrate for you. This is 24H2 is the single largest update Windows has ever had. It is basically a new version of Windows. Think of it like the old days, they'd call it Service Pack 2, Service Pack 3. Sometimes it's faster to just do a clean install of Windows, back up your drivers and then do a clean install, which would have gone faster than this. But then you have the inconvenience of resetting everything up by hand again, including that utility, which I'm sure we can download from Minisforum, which is a little confusing since it's made by AtomMan. You'd think you'd go to an AtomMan website, but as far as I know, one does not exist. You can see our colors are all screwed up here. And I'm just curious if I unplug the HDMI cable and just simply plug it back in, if it's a cable seating issue, and it was. So I have this bad habit, especially on brand new equipment. I'm a little too gentle with the plugs. That is a very tight fit. I don't normally have to push them in that hard. Always check the easy things first. That's the lesson here. Now let me go back full screen here, and we're gonna open up Edge. Right, this is a clean install. We don't have any browser extensions. We don't have any antivirus blocking anything. other than Windows Security, right, which wants our attention for some reason. Oh, it just wants me to sign in with a Microsoft account. It's not a security issue. All right, start without my data. We'll click here and confirm and continue. Continue without data, uncheck the box. We're going to go over to UE2B. And we're going to type in CareyHolzman. There's our video with a commercial. Yay, commercials. And then up here on the tab, you see right at the tab where it shows Welcome to Microsoft Edge, here with YouTube, this one tab is playing audio. It's at this point right now, I think it's building.
Yeah, right.
So it's not going to, I don't think it'll ever say 0 RAM usage. We need to come back, let this play, because it's an ad that's running, right? So once the video starts running, let's dismiss that. Let's skip that. Oh, good, I get to see the same thing again in my window. Just hover over the title. And so far, not seeing anything. You just check. While that's running, I'm going to come over here and I want to go to Google because it should be the same in Edge as it is in Chrome. So if we download Chrome, and I'm assuming you're, well, I think he said he was using Edge. They should work the same. Let's throw Chrome on here right quick. And then I want you to see what I'm seeing, and then we'll go over to Edge and then we'll check it again. Download is complete. Now it's installing. Give that a second. Now with that big update out of the way, this machine is feeling peppy. Yeah, it feels good. It's coming up nice and responsive. All right, let's get additional features. No, I don't want to sign in. Skip. Got it. YouTube here. Back over to CareyHolzman. Back to live. Let's go full screen on this. Hover the mouse over the tab. Now you see memory usage is already at 520 megs. You see where it says memory usage there? And if we were curious, if there's a, I don't know, is there a button we have to click in Edge? Show memory usage Edge. We should be able to see it on the tab. Here they're having us go in the task manager. That's why I was so confused. Why are you guys going in the task manager when you should be able to see it on the tab? Show memory usage Edge tab. Open the browser task manager by clicking on the browser title bar and selecting browser task manager. Well, that's still taking us back to the task manager. That's Google Chrome. Edge and Chrome are so similar, I can't imagine it would be. Edge's RAM usage is incredibly high. Microsoft Edge, new RAM limiter. Edge has a new RAM limiter since March. New feature, Microsoft Edge now has a built-in RAM limiter. I don't use Edge, so very rarely anyway. Memory tool in Microsoft Edge browser. The memory tool UI can be divided. Is this an add-in? This looks like an add-in. I am so done being burnt on these add-ins, if that's what this is. Or is this built in? multiple views, UI memory tool. Where is it? Is it built in? Is there a button we click to see it? Or is it a download? Yeah, it's a tool you have to download. So I'm in Chrome right now, and you can see my memory usage has already jumped to 2.2 gigs just by hovering on it. If I close out Chrome, let's go back to Edge. Let's see if we've given it some time here. Does it? No, Edge is still not showing it. Not by default anyway. That's interesting. I'd have to do a little more research on this because I thought that Edge and Chrome were essentially running the same interface, but it looks like Microsoft has made some changes. The other thing I would do is if we go back to Chrome, and I'll just show you this right here. If you type in YouTube live chat memory leak, if you want to learn more about it, there's a number of discussions both on Reddit as well as you'll see Opera folks having this issue. And in these discussions is where I'm getting my information with regards to where you can watch what's... a robot is asking me if I'm a robot. In these discussions is where they're explaining to people, here's where you need to go look on your browser for your memory usage. It is a memory leak. And so when the memory usage is exceeded, the browser crashes. So I apologize if my information is not current, at least with regards to other browsers other than Chrome. Given that I'm a YouTube content creator, my whole world revolves around Google. And from what I've seen of Edge, it works exactly the same in almost every way as Chrome does, only with more annoyances. So I just stick with Chrome personally. But you'll see there's a few links to some browser add-ons. And again, I can't stress enough, I don't know if these browser add-ons could have negative side effects to any other websites that you visit, or whether or not they're even dangerous. I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to you if you want to experiment with that. If you find something that works, please let us know. And, you know, this is just one discussion that I've clicked on randomly. This is being discussed since March. And if we can figure it out, that'd be great. But it's really, as far as I can tell, it's a browser issue that we cannot fix. We can potentially patch it, but that's not the right way to fix it. So anyway, that's what's going on with that. Let me close this out, and I appreciate your feedback and raising my awareness on that because that's all news to me. And let's go to search permissions, and I'm going to turn that little cartoony thing off down there. Turn that off. And let me check my power settings. I'm going to type in edit power plan. Oh, I love how snappy this machine is. I just click, it just responds like crazy. I love it. Let's go back to Windows Update. There may be like framework updates and things. So we're going to go back to settings and Windows Update. We also might want to check for a new NVIDIA driver. And I think with the NVIDIA app installed, it'll handle that automatically, or at least alert us when a new driver is available. But we do have to accept the license agreement. If you just ignore this, when it's new out of the box, it won't run fully to like let you know of updates until you accept the license agreement. So here we're on version 560.94 of an RTX 4070 laptop GPU. And if I bring up, now it doesn't matter if it's Edge or it's Chrome, like I say, they're both kind of the same. We'll bring up NVIDIA, and we're going to go to drivers. Right up here. And we've got an RTX. Let's see, do we want the gamers or create? Gamers and creators is fine. Oh, they want us to put the new NVIDIA app on. This replaces the whole GeForce experience. Sure, I highly recommend it. It's still a little rough around the edges. as a brand new first generation product that's trying to combine the app and the control center, the GeForce experience and the control center into one unified app. It's not perfect yet, but they're moving in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. And if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, I highly recommend you install the NVIDIA app, and it'll automatically remove the other stuff, so you don't have the redundancy of two different, control center and GeForce apps running, which to me makes more sense resource-wise. You have the studio driver and the game ready driver. I feel like I want the studio driver because I'm not going to be using this for playing games. And oops, I didn't even read that. I just clicked next. Oh, and now it wants me to sign into an NVIDIA account, which I don't want to do. I didn't even intend to go there for this. What I was going here for, honestly, was to just look and see what the latest version of the driver was. So just to do that right quick, since we're running out of time, I'm going to click on drivers. And then I'm going to just manually go through the RTX 40 series notebook is already selected. We have a 4070 laptop GPU for Windows 11, which is only in 64-bit. That's why there's not an option there. And then we do a search for that, we can see if we've got 560 dot something. The latest is 566 dot something. And then that's the studio driver there, which we can grab. And we can install that manually, as we always have before. Or we can install the studio app, or the NVIDIA app, which wants me to sign in, which I don't want to do. But if I make it my own personal machine, I will sign into that. So those updates, it will alert me. I won't have to manually check. Without these latest updates, don't expect to get the latest performance. I mean, it's just really that simple. I'm going to close these out just to clear the clutter. And I can't tell you what the difference between what the version is we have and the version that's new, but presumably the newer one is the one that's better. A login browser tab is open. Still, let's just click agree and continue. Next. And we can close this. There we go. Okay, now that's installing, and you shouldn't have to worry about proprietary graphics drivers like the Ace Magician F2A. They modified the default graphics drivers, so you could not just download them from NVIDIA. You had to get them from Ace Magic, and if Ace Magic didn't get around to updating them, well, too bad for you. I didn't see any reason why they did that. It was just a decision somebody made. And you won't typically find that from like name brand manufacturers like Minisforum. As far as I know, has never done that. You can still stick with, AMD Radeon drivers and Adrenalin stuff, nothing proprietary. Because sometimes you get that disclaimer, you should go to your manufacturer to get your drivers. But a lot of times the manufacturers don't keep the drivers up to date because you got to pay an employee to do that. You got to pay a web developer to update the website. It costs the company money, and it never makes them any money to do that. So it's always best for the customer and for the company to just go ahead and allow their customers to use the OEM drivers for things like chipsets, GPUs, Wi-Fi, etc. They don't always choose what should be an obvious decision, though, but there you go. All right, let's see what else we got in the comments. Yeah, LRCX said he opened Edge in Mini PC with Windows 11, and he's not getting it there. So something is different in Edge. So again, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention, because it was my understanding that it was the same. But again, I don't really use Edge. So yes, in that reason, now I understand why you're opening Task Manager. That makes more sense to me. I appreciate your patience guiding me to that resolution. I do believe there is a way to show the memory usage on the tab, but I have to look it up. But either way, if that's the case, then it's just easier to open Task Manager. Now I gotcha. Thank you, guys. Anyway, I was going to go back to Windows Update and just check and see if we had any more updates. Yeah, they're already installing in the background. That should be the last round of updates. What I would do after, because these are very large updates, is I would run a disk cleanup, because there's going to be a ton of temp files. even our previous version of Windows is going to be taking up like 26 gigs of our solid state drive storage. And speaking of solid state storage, I just quickly want to check the make and model of what we got in there. And that's very easy. Right click on the C drive, we go to Properties, and under the Hardware tab, we got the good old Kingston 1 terabyte SSD. Luckily, for my usage, I will change that out to either a Beijing 2 terabyte or a Western Digital 4 terabyte SN850X. I am a little concerned about generating too much heat, but I will not do that upgrade off camera. When I choose to do that, we will film it so you can see how to get in and do the job. Then we'll probably use a Cronus to clone it over. And we do have room for a second drive in there. I don't normally want a second drive in a computer. Any data I want to store on a NAS or an external drive. I keep telling you guys, if you've got that much data, I mean, unless you're loading games on it, that's a different story. But for me to work, I need my apps installed just the same as my business clients. My business clients get all the apps installed on the local machines, and any data those local machines create or edit gets saved onto the server, so everybody else in the office can have access to it. So let me give you an example of how this works for a home user, especially if you're running a home office like me. If I come back over here and go full screen on camera 1, I've asked Mara to give us an overlay for the email address, because when I just throw the email address up in OBS, it's transparent and it can be hard to see the text over, depending on what's on the screen, right? The text is one solid color with a transparent background. And there's ways to go into OBS and change all that, but I don't want to get that involved. Just give me a graphic. So Mara sits at her computer, she creates the graphic, she uploads it to the NAS. I come out to the studio computer and I can literally go to the NAS and I can bring that graphic right up onto the screen. So we have a central point of data sharing that we no longer are reliant on what's on one computer or what's on another. I can literally take a brand new computer out of the box and have access to all my data as soon as I plug it into the network. It's that easy. The idea that I would put everything on one machine, and then if that machine won't boot or has an issue of any kind, that all the other drives in it or all the other data is inaccessible to me without opening the machine up, no, 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 no. So that's why I tell people what's good for business is good for home users, but it doesn't work the other way around. If I'm upstairs on the laptop working on something and I want to grab one of these files, it's just as fast to grab it on the NAS that way as it is at Mara's computer, my office computer, the upstairs computer, or even the streaming computer. We have one central location for everything.
Yeah, the blue and yellow worked out pretty well.
Yeah, she's got 4 different colors we can choose from there, but I just picked blue and yellow. And
I also opened Edge and I pressed Shift Escape and I could see the tabs and I could see what memory's being used.
yeah, but that's just Task Manager, right?
No.
It's not the Task Manager?
Task Manager.
So it was specifically different.
Yeah, Shift
So let me
Escape.
do that. Hold on, let me go back over to, turn this off. Let's go back over to this machine here. Let me go full screen on my side. And we're gonna open up Edge. And we'll go to UE2E.
I opened up 2 tabs just to see if I can get it.
Yeah, well, that's gonna happen by default anyway. And there we are with ads. And then you hit what?
Shift Escape.
Shift Escape.
It's a
Is
browser
this what you're
tab.
looking at? CPU
Yes.
usage, network usage.
And then there's your tab.
Where's RAM?
Yep, that's your usage.
Oh, it's the first thing, memory.
Right there. Yep.
Let's go full screen on that. Well, that's just not as easy as,
No,
what is the code, the keys?
Shift Escape.
Shift Escape in Microsoft Edge.
Yep.
Shift,
Escape.
Shift Escape. No, normally it's going to open in a smaller window. I was just not wanting to watch the ads. So there it is. And then we're looking at that first number.
Mm-hmm.
And that will need to hit.
I sorted to put the highest at the top.
Oh yeah, you could just click on memory here.
Yeah.
And then that'll sort it either highest to lowest or lowest to highest.
Correct.
You've got your CPU usage, your network usage, and then the process ID to find in the task manager the processes that are running, so you can identify that specific process if you needed to end the task without shutting down every browser tab. That's pretty interesting. All right, well, thank you for that.
Of course.
All right, we're going to close that. And we're back over to camera one. So I think that's probably going to wrap it up for today. You know what, let me just check the network. I'm pretty sure that's a 1 gig, but let me just verify what our connection speed is. We go over to our little network screen. We're going to go to network and internet settings. Wi-Fi is on, and I will connect it to Wi-Fi when I go to use it myself. But as far as Ethernet goes, we are connected at 1 gig. That's exactly right. We should be on a private network, not on a public one, so I'm going to change that. And then I want to go back to advanced sharing settings, or advanced network settings, and then advanced sharing. And I want to make sure that all of this is turned off on a public network. That network discovery is turned on if I want it to be able to see the NAS. I don't have to turn file and printer sharing on to see other shares, but if I want other people to see my stuff on my network, I would need to turn that on. And then under all networks, make sure that I want my public folder sharing off and I want password protected sharing off. Now beyond that, we still have to run the fixes that we've got regarding the guest fallback being disabled in 24H2 and the SMB authentication being enabled, which normally isn't, which is new to 24H2. And those are just a couple of PowerShell commands. You do not need to go into the registry. You can, it's another way to do it. But again, I'm recommending no registry tweaks for end users because they can have long-term consequences that are not immediately known. And apparently I've shut down my Windows Update screen, but again, Windows Update is still running in the background even when we close the window. See, it has not impacted that progress. Okay, so let me just see what's going on in the chat. Could it be affected by the amount of RAM the system has? My mini PC has 64 gigs of memory and it's not crashing. Mara, how much RAM does your helicopter have? I think she's got 64. Yeah, she's got 64. It doesn't seem to make a difference. LRCX said my Windows 10 has 32 gigs, is using 1550 or more. No, this is a programming error in the browser. That's all I can tell you. At least that's my understanding of it from what I'm reading online. I don't think it's anything you or I are going to be able to fix. But, you know, if you are playing with it and you're able to verify that you are crashing and making a change stops the crashing, if you can come that far with it, we'd love to know how you've done that. Because that's the problem that is being discussed by people in the Reddit forums and in online forums that have yet to figure this out. Well, some people that made these browser extensions claim to have solved it. And some people are reporting the browser extension worked, and some people are claiming the browser extension did not work. So, I don't know. It's a mystery to me, outside of my wheelhouse. I am not a programmer. But I know it's not a hardware problem, it's not a network problem, it is not an operating system issue. Phil Stott said he was watching a Steam game, watching the live stream. It's not about live stream, it's about live chat. So if you are to watch my video, and we don't want you to close out the chat room, but if you did, and you watched your memory usage in the browser tab, it stops growing. So that's a very easy thing you can replicate, that with the live chat open, the memory usage goes up, and with the live chat closed, the memory usage stays pretty flat. It's not about the stream at all. This is strictly a live chat issue, and it's got to be an active live chat. If the chat is really slow and there's not much, or people are putting a lot of like icons in the chat, a lot of, like if somebody in the chat starts throwing in a bunch of the emojis, for some reason, like if I just throw a bunch of these in here, if we start getting post after post of that, that will just eat up all the RAM usage in the browser and then expedite the crash. It's very, very weird. And that also is relevant to this issue, but exactly what it's doing and why it's different, I don't know yet. In time, that information I'm sure will be shared. Once it's disclosed, we'll have a solution, but likely the solution is still going to be a Chrome update, a browser update. But yeah, if we fill the chat room with those emojis, it'll likely cause that crash to expedite and happen where it may not have happened before. Sometimes in the chat room when we do these videos, it just scrolls and scrolls, right? And then you're more likely going to experience the crash when the chat room's really active. There's a lot of contributions, for example, a lot of emojis, things like that cause that memory usage to skyrocket. You can witness it here just by monitoring your memory usage. And based on the kind of messages and frequency of messages, you'll see that RAM usage go up accordingly. It's pretty fascinating to watch. Now, if you can figure out why that's happening, I'd love to know. And so would thousands of other people around the planet that are suffering this problem. And it's really Google's responsibility to fix it as far as I'm concerned. Let me go back over to camera 2 here and see if we're done updating now. Nope, still with this one last update. While we're waiting, I can get my flash drive out and we can copy over my utilities. We're probably going to see 5,000 megabytes per second or something on that internal SSD because it's Kingston. They're not slow and they're not fast. They're kind of in the middle of a Gen 4 drive performance. But we can multitask here, and it may be a reason to order bare bones is just don't buy it with that drive if you think that drive's not good enough for your needs. In my case, I wanted to be able to take it out of the box and do the review as it's sold, not as I configured it, because that's obviously going to cost more than $1,500. Yeah, we're going to save some money by not getting the RAM and SSD, but we're going to add more money because we're going to be putting in more RAM and more faster storage. So at the end of the day, it'll cost us more. And I feel like you can always buy a good review. In other words, I can take a piece of crap, throw money at it, make it better, and then review it. But that's not the way it was sold, and that therefore is an unfair review. Misleading, in my opinion. We're going to load, let's see, PC testing. We're going to load CPU Z over here, or not load it, but copy it. And Crystal Diskmark Portable, we'll copy that. And Cinebench, we'll copy that. And hardware info to monitor our temps. We will definitely have to pick this up on a part 2 because we're going on 3 hours just waiting on updates. So if you ever wonder why sometimes I will say, hey, I've already unboxed it and done the updates, it's so we can skip this amount of time and get right to the review. The problem with doing that is we're right back to this isn't how it came out of the box. So I feel like it's misleading that the review you're seeing is either being done without the updates, therefore not giving accurate results, or the updates have been done and hours have been spent prepping the computer for the review, which is not a true unboxing experience. This is all deception. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to do 3 hours of updates and you tell people, you tell your audience, for full disclosure, I've already taken it out of the box. I've already updated the graphics driver. Maybe there's AMD Adrenalin drivers, other drivers. I've already put on all the latest Windows updates. I've already cleaned the drive with all the temp files so that we are optimized for the best possible performance. Versus, I just took it out of the box and here's how it works, which is not accurate. And then sometimes people don't hear you say it. So someone will say, oh, I ordered the computer and my experience doesn't match yours. How come? Well, did you update it? Well, I didn't see you update yours. Well, no, I said in the beginning of the video that I updated it. Oh, I guess I wasn't paying attention. So if I show it and then people complain, well, that took too long, they can't deny that they didn't see it. the internet. It's got every kind of person imaginable. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do a little of everything. On a build this expensive, I want to show everything. On a build that's cheaper, I'll just mention I've already updated it. Leave it at that. If there's a BIOS update, that's not normal on a mini PC, and I will show it. I won't do that off camera. You've seen me do that with the G7 PT, for example. It's very unusual that a mini PC ever gets a BIOS update. This can run a RAID 0. We can configure the two NVMe drives. It's only got one in it, but we add another NVMe. We can boot this off RAID 0. I don't recommend ever making your boot drive a RAID array. It is a nightmare for maintenance and repairs. Strongly recommend against it. That's why when we're doing the ProArt Creator board, there's going to be 4 NVMe's that are the D drive or data drive. That will be a RAID 0 for performance. Our main C drive is a Gen 5 drive, which is already super fast. And it stays away from the RAID, because that way if we have any RAID issues, we can still boot the computer. And we don't need special driver injected rescue disks, which is very technical. And I don't understand why anybody would do that. To me, it's just dumb. But you can. If you want to, you can set that as a RAID 0 or RAID 1. No problem with RAID 1 if you wanted to do that, but it's not a backup. You still need to make backups, so, I'm just telling you what's available, and you do what's right? These are your options. But I would not use RAID on this. I wouldn't use 0 or 1. System's running really quiet right now. And again, I appreciate being able to hear when the system's working. That's reassuring to me that it's doing something. I don't want to hear it droning on all day. I only want to hear it ramp up. In the same way I expect my car to get a little louder when I put my foot to the floor to pass somebody. I want to hear that roar. But then when I'm cruising at normal when I'm cruising at normal speeds, I don't want to hear the engine. It should just be a nice quiet drive. I don't want to hear the rumbling of the tires like in a big Jeep. They can get very loud and annoying on a long road trip. When I'm passing somebody, absolutely, I want to hear that engine come to life. When I'm cruising, that engine should be unnoticeable. Much the same way, I expect the same in my computer. Normal operation should be whisper quiet. And when I'm asking it to do intensive tasks, I expect to hear that ramp up, come to life, and then quiet back down once it's complete. I can often tell when something is done simply by hearing it. I don't even have to look at the screen. So I can hear the fans ramping up right now, for example, and clearly there's a part of this Windows Update process that's requiring a lot of resources. That also tells me if I'm doing multitasking, I'm doing something else with the computer, and it feels like it's getting sluggish, those fans are telling me why it's getting sluggish, and to just hold off for a second, let it finish, or to continue as is, knowing to expect it to be sluggish until I hear those fans slow back down. That is universally true across every computer I've ever used. So this is an i7 with a 3070 graphics card. This is an i9. This is 11th gen. This is 14th gen i9 with a 4070 graphics card. And if you look, one is chunkier than the other. We got the fat boy and we got the slim boy. So it's more than just the same case, which is what I assumed when I first looked at it. It looks like the panels on the outside are the same. But this piece in the middle is much wider on this one, and that's going to be for the more aggressive cooling. I turned this one on and updated it last night after the show, and this one's much quieter, but it's also less powerful. Look, this isn't rocket science. If you want to get something super powerful, like an i9-14900 with a 4070, you can expect it's going to need more aggressive cooling. And when you're really pressing it, not when it's idle, but when you're really pressing it, you should expect to be able to hear it. Now, it shouldn't sound like a concert. You shouldn't need earplugs. It's not that loud, but it is as loud as any other gaming laptop would be. It's not any less quiet. On the other hand, to go back a couple generations here to an 11th gen i7, they also made this in an i5, and you can still find these online, oftentimes refurbished. These will probably sell for about $850. Both this and this was hard for me to get. They don't make a lot of these, so you may end up on a waiting list to get one. And they're rock solid machines. I got nothing to complain about. It's just that I want you to know when you're dealing with higher power machines, you're going to have a bigger power brick because it draws more power generates more heat requires more aggressive cooling. And when you start getting into a level of aggressive cooling, you need more room for heat pipes and fans. Hence, you can even tell the reason why it's going to be thicker. You can predict it. So what we're going to do today, we're going to measure the speed of the NVMe. I'm going to guess it's probably a general 4th gen Kingston. We know it's a Kingston drive, but it's probably going to be about 5,000 megabytes per second. And we can use a Cronus and clone that over to one of our 4 terabyte Western Digital black drives. These will do 7,300 megabytes per second. Now, we don't have to put this in an enclosure or anything. We can just pop it into the second NVMe slot, in theory, run a Cronus and do an internal copy. Should happen like that. And then just take the Kingston out or reformat it if you want to use it as a D drive. I do not want to use it. I'll pull it out, and then we'll just keep one drive in there. With regards to this unit here, we have a video review of this up from, I don't know, 2 years ago when we first got it. This was a very difficult machine for me to get, so it's near and dear to my heart. And I'm going to just set it aside for now so we have room to work, but I just wanted to give you that update. That in fact, it is a different case. It's much wider. Also, there's some slight difference on the USB ports. Let me pull this up one more time. If you look at the front, we still have the same power button and power button here with, power button and fan control, meaning how much power do we want to use, lower power, higher power. That's still the same. But notice we have a couple of USB ports, type A here, the memory card reader, full-size SD card reader, and then another type A here. Over here, we've got we've got 2 type A's separated apart like that. Same memory card reader, but there's no type C up front. There's no third type A the way this one does. And if we come around the back, if you recall, I had some problems with the Ethernet cable not clicking into the port. I never really looked into this because it doesn't have to click in to make a connection, but when I go to click this in, it never clicks. And I tried, at the time when I was reviewing this, I tried adjusting the case cover and everything to see if it's not fully seating. Oh, and there, it just clicked in, but it didn't make any sound. That was the kind of a concern I had with this, was why this cable wasn't plugging in right. Yeah, it sits in there a little wonky, like something's just not seated right. But once it's in, it makes a solid connection, but if you pull on the cable, it'll pop out. Instead of pull the whole machine off the table, which, you know, that's what the tab is for, to lock it in. Now this one doesn't have that problem. I will get the positive click when I install that. I don't know if you heard it, it's very, very minor, but it locks in as it should. And I think there was just something in manufacturing, I don't know. But anyway, we've got a single HDMI with a single Thunderbolt Type-C port back here. And here we have a single HDMI and a Type A, so that one that's missing from the front is now in the back. We have Thunderbolt here as well with our audio power input. So things have been moved around. You essentially get the same amount of ports. It's just instead of 3 on the front, we've got 2 in the front here. And instead of 1 in the back, we have, oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Hold on. We might just be 1 short. So they both have 1 Type A and 1 Type C in the back. So the older unit actually has 1 additional USB port for some reason. That sure would have been welcomed over here. It's not like anybody complains they ever have too many USB ports. Either unit, I'm telling you, you could be very happy with these. Depending on what level of graphics, 3070 versus 4070, i7 11th gen versus an i9 14th gen, 32 threads on this bad boy. Obviously, this one is going to be more expensive. That should be obvious to you. And I mean, nearly twice as expensive. Because if you can pick these up refurbished for about $850, you're going to be close to $1,600 on this guy right here, already equipped with 32 gigs and 1 terabyte. If you order it bare bones, you can get it for around $1,200 or $11 and change. And we've got links to these in the video description. I'm not here to make a commercial for Minisforum. I just genuinely like their products. And I want to use one of these, this one specifically, as my main go-to machine and live with it. That was my intention on this one, and I just never got around to it. But I promise you, once we're done with phase 2, I'm going to enter into phase 3, which a lot of these machines never see until they go to a customer. This one will enter phase 3 for me, which is to put Office on it, configure my email, configure my printers, map my network drive to the NAS, etc., etc. All of the personalization that I do, that is unique for me. So, okay, let me put this back. Let's get back to where we were. I want to plug this in, turn it on, and the first thing I want to do is take a look at Crystal Disk Mark and see what kind of numbers we're getting. I expect about 5,000. When you're buying an NVMe drive and you see one is like 2 terabytes for $100, Gen 4, it's probably about 5,000 megabytes per second. If you see it for $129 and you're like, oh, that's a $30 difference, the same 2 terabytes. Now, in most cases, you're going to find that instead of 5,000 megabytes per second, it does 7,300 megabytes per second. Or somebody's trying to rip you off and sell you a drive that only does 5,000 at the same price. You could get a same capacity drive from a different manufacturer, be it Western Digital or Samsung or Beijing or any of these manufacturers. The prices can vary quite a bit, especially if you're looking at the big name brands like Western Digital and Samsung. I have found cheaper prices at westerndigital.com than what Newegg and Samsung are offering for the exact same drives, and Western Digital is including a free 128 gig flash drive with your purchase. So not only is it cheaper, you also get a flash drive. Why wouldn't you? So always keep that in mind when you're ordering. Check the manufacturer's websites. A lot of manufacturers sell direct. Minisforum sells direct, or you can buy off Amazon, and you might find the price cheaper at Minisforum, maybe. And if so, it's probably because of Amazon's commission, right? Because they're not selling things for free over there from third parties. But you do get that Amazon 30-day guarantee. Minisforum offers the same thing. Amazon may ship faster, they may not. It depends where it's coming from. So depending on what's important to you, it's always worthwhile to check the manufacturer's website for any major name brand that you're buying, because you might see a good price at Amazon, but there might be a better price direct from the manufacturer. All right, so that's a little tip from your Uncle Carey. Let's keep going here. I've got my Ethernet cable and my HDMI cable to plug back in. Yeah, this was all unplugged so I could update the other unit. And, it's got 24H2, the whole typical thing. Just did that off camera. You can understand why we do these updates typically off camera for the amount of time they can take. But if we don't show that to you, then you may have an unrealistic expectation when you order a new machine, whether it's a laptop, a mini PC, or even build one, and how much time you really need to put into it just to get it ready. It's not a toaster. You don't just plug it in the wall and start using it. If you do, you may be an immediate victim of some identity theft. And it's very, very important you understand how dangerous the internet is, and that it's always becoming more dangerous every day as more and more people get online, and more people in other countries that basically have zero law enforcement for any crimes that are being committed over the internet into another country. They're like, hey, as long as you're not doing that in our country, like Russia, we're good with it. You can hack all the people you want, just don't hack us. That's kind of an unspoken rule in Russia. They've got nothing to lose by trying, okay? And you've got nothing to lose by making sure you're fortified before you go out there and put yourself on the internet or start personalizing the machine with your private data or preferences. You don't have to, but you really should take it seriously. And a lot of people, they think, oh, it's never happened, and so it's never going to happen. And you keep thinking that way. See how that works out. I can only tell you that I've been in the career that I've had for over 30 years, and I've got thanks to a lot of hackers for keeping me employed to undo the damage that they cause to people's machines. Let's go ahead and turn this back on, and we're going to come back over here to camera input number 2. There we go. And then as soon as this starts up, Crystal Disk Mark is what I want to run. Let's see, Planet Cryos with a $5 super chat says, that clip is for if you trip over it. Exactly, the PC goes down with you too. Yeah, that little Ethernet clip, that's what I'm saying. I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of good, it just falls out if it's pulled on. On the other hand, it doesn't feel right that it doesn't give me that satisfying click when I plug it in. Most of the time, people are going to use these wireless anyway, so it's probably irrelevant. The Wi-Fi in Studio C here is faster than a 1 gig network cable. In fact, it's 2.5 times. We get 2.5 megabytes per second on our Wi-Fi here, whereas a wired 1 gig, well, you can do the math. How many times does 1 go into 2.5? So our Wi-Fi here is faster than a wired 1 gig. And since this is all 1 gig connections on both of these Minisforum PCs, it would be in my best interest, especially on this new one, which is Wi-Fi 7. With Wi-Fi 7, I will achieve that full 2.5 gig wireless connection, which is insanity. That's crazy fast. Andy Kane renews membership, now a member for 16 months. Thank you, Andy. He says, glad to be a part of this great community, or you're a part of what makes this community great. Thank you, Andy. Zach Bischoff renews membership, now a member for 23 months. He says, hello, Carey, and everyone in chat. Happy to be a part of this community for nearly 2 years. You rock, Zach. Thank you so, so much. We certainly appreciate having you here, and we're so glad you're part of what we're doing here. Now, let me go back over to the desktop. I have to make it full screen the way you guys see it. And then we're going to come over here to, let's see, Crystal Disk Mark. Let's do that first. And we're going to run all the tests. Now, of course, if you watch this channel for a while, you know I'm most interested in the best the drive can ever do. That's a sequential read and a sequential write. What that's telling us is the drive will never perform any faster than this. That's what I want to know. What does it top out at in a best case scenario? And we should be seeing around 5,000. Now, honestly, when you're at 4,600, it's a little bit away. 4,700, we're close. In most cases, a human being couldn't tell the difference between 4,700 and 5,500. You may not even be able to tell the difference between 3,600 and 7,200. You reach a point of diminishing returns where, you know, your Windows is only going to load so fast, your eyes are only going to read so fast, you're only going to type so fast. And so unless you have, you know, what comes to mind are games that have big levels that load, or if you've got some other I/O intense application, which most of you don't have, you may see the difference in performance. Mostly we're just chasing benchmarks. For me, it's about making sure I'm getting what I paid for. So it's not that I'm going to see a difference. It's that I paid for it, and so therefore I want to see it. And as long as we're in the ballpark in or around 5,000, close enough. If this is down in the 3,000 range, not good enough, because now you might as well be Gen 3. There's no point having Gen 4 if you're in the 3,000 range. Especially if you paid for a Gen 4 drive, that makes it even less acceptable. And when I'm shopping for Gen 4 drives, I'm going to look at that. It's always rated for the megabytes per second. It'll be somewhere on the Amazon page or on the product page. You might have to look for it. Sometimes it's right up on the headline. Other times it's down in the product description. You got to dig down a little bit for it. But usually that is aligned with the price. So if you see, hey, you know, Newegg has a brand of NVMe drive you never heard of before. It's 2 terabytes. It's $92. What do you think you're going to get? You think you're going to get a rocket ship? Do you think you're going to get a drive that, as it fills up, isn't going to start getting slower and slower the fuller it gets? And what about support? Is the company going to be easy to get access to for any help or warranty? And oftentimes these cheaper drives will only have a 3-year warranty versus a 5-year warranty. Now, when you buy a machine from Minisforum, it doesn't matter who makes the RAM and who makes it, just like Dell or HP. It all gets warranted through the PC manufacturer, not through the part manufacturer. That way they can buy the parts cheaper and warranty it themselves. So if you did have a problem, if you had ordered the Minisforum or any brand of PC, and you had a RAM or storage problem, you would contact the PC manufacturer. Now, Minisforum has a 2-year warranty on everything, and they have a 30-day returns period the same. And they even have their own YouTube channel if you guys want to check them out. Now, looking back at our Crystal Disk Mark, I'm looking at 3896 on the write speed. That disgusts me. Honestly, that's barely Gen 4. On a high-end Samsung Evo, let's say, Gen 3 drive, we could achieve over 3,000 on the writes. And when every generation doubles, so if the max on Gen 3 is 3,600, then the max on Gen 4 is 7,200. And the max on Gen 5 is 15,000. And the max on the upcoming Gen 6 should be twice that at 30,000. Again, you're going to reach a point of diminishing returns where you're not even going to notice it except in your wallet. But if I paid for it, I want to see it on the screen, regardless if I'm using it or not. Otherwise, give me my money back and I'll go buy the cheaper one. So this drive's going to go. I am not a fan of this drive in a computer this high end, and I want to explain why. Some people were going to hear hypocrisy there, and it's not a hypocrisy. It has to do with pairing the parts appropriately for the machine they're built in. So if we've got a high-end, highest end, 14th gen 14900, we've got great Micron-made Crucial RAM, DDR5. All of that is up here. And then we stick an industrial mid-range Gen 4 drive in there, like we do with all the other mini PCs. That is our choke point. That's our bottleneck. That is the one part that's not like the others. So in that case, for me, I would order this Barebone. I don't have any problem with the RAM. At 32 gigs, that's more than I need. It's probably more than most of us need. I will probably use somewhere between 16 and 32. If I have to use more than 32, it'll swap over to the fast NVMe drive, right? That's where you may notice some sluggishness. I don't need 64 gig in this or 96 gig. I could put it in, but I'm telling you that'll waste my money. I'll never use it. At least I won't, in the foreseeable future, unless my needs change, I'll wait until I need it because it only gets cheaper. To do it now is going to cost me more. Future-proofing is a nonsense word in a sense, in a way, because you're paying for something at today's prices instead of waiting until you need it, and you may never need it. But if in fact you do, upgrade when you need to, the price will be cheaper. So we're leaving the RAM alone. I think that's fine. That NVMe is completely mismatched to the rest of the system. And so that puts me on the fence because if you order it Barebone, you're going to have to provide your own storage, RAM, and operating system. By ordering it the way I did, it's out of the box ready to plug in and you don't have to take anything apart and worry about compatibility and everything else. It takes your risk down and you can immediately start using it. Now, you know, decide for yourself what's right for you. But for me, it makes more sense to just order it the way they've already tested it at the factory. We know everything's compatible. And there really has never been a compatibility problem that I've ever experienced with an NVMe drive. That's a safe thing. But with RAM, and then sourcing your operating system, and then you've got to go and get the drivers, it's kind of a pain. Having that already done for me, so all I have to do is clone the NVMe, is a more preferred way of achieving what I need. Also, I didn't know what NVMe it came with. They're not real clear about it in the product page, nor is anybody ever on mini PCs, or even laptops for the most part. They'll say it's Gen 4, but it, that can mean a lot. Gen 4's got a range of 3,800 megabytes per second to 7,400, 7,200, 7,400. That's why this drive is rated at 7,300, right down there on the corner of the box. Doesn't mean we're going to get 7300, but we should get pretty darn close. And if we're at 30, like on the write speed there, 3800, I'll bet you we'll see a write speed of twice, well, not twice, but nearly twice that on this. And it's the same, takes up the same space. Anyway, and this is going to be a 4 terabyte, whereas this one's only a 1 terabyte. So we're going to triple the amount of space we've got, as well as nearly double our speeds. Or at least increase them by 30 to 40% on reads and writes. I'm going to go back full screen over here for a moment and save that screen so we can compare them before and after, right? So this is our before picture. And I'm going to come over here. We're going to go to File, Save Image, and we'll do Crystal Disk Mark Kingston 1 terabyte Gen 4. We're going to save that as a JPEG image, and we're going to put it right here on our desktop. Okay. Cinebench. Let's run Cinebench on this and see what kind of heat we're looking at. Now, Minisforum has already found, from what I understand, the perfect balance of performance and heat. Any more performance, it might overheat. Any less performance, you'll be leaving performance on the table. They've already engineered that. You don't need to go in the BIOS and play around with it, because you'll probably only make it worse one way or the other. It's at the perfect balance point. At least that's my understanding. So let me go back over to the hardware info, and let's start by looking at what our temps are right now, just under normal idle usage, right? Just under the few things we've done. We've not asked the CPU to do much. We're not being too demanding on the system. And let's see where we're at right now. Okay, we're looking at temps right now ranging in the 40 to 50 range, which is warm. It's not hot, but it's warm. We've certainly had some big desktops here with large liquid coolers that could be in the upper 30s, low 40s. You should expect a bit more coming out of a laptop or an enclosed space with an air cooler. This is not terrible. This is, in fact, you know, as it's dropping now into the 40s, a few degrees warmer. But again, anytime you're dealing in a small enclosed space, you should expect higher temps, because you just don't have the space for a large liquid or air cooler, right? We're doing the best we can with the limited amount of space we have, and that's fine. In fact, you'll see it dropping into the 30s and low 40s, just like a desktop right now as it sits. But what will it do when we beat the crap out of it with some heavy resource task workload? So we're going to bring up Cinebench, and Cinebench is a very unrealistic simulated test that does not represent the likelihood of typical computer usage, and certainly not for 10 minutes per test. There are people out there that do this, but very few actually. And for them, this may not be a good machine. If that's what you intend to do with this machine on a regular basis, you're underbuying for your needs. It's like you bought a 4-cylinder car and you want to treat it like it's a race car. And you know, if it's an F1 4-cylinder engine that runs at 10,000 RPM, that's a different beast. But for a regular everyday car, if you try to take a regular sedan off-road, you might be okay, or you might get stuck. It wasn't designed for that. And if you're going to do that all the time, you're probably going to break the car. We're going to hit start on the test, and we're going to bring up our let me just go up here, our heat results here, and we'll keep an eye on it. What we're watching for those of you that aren't familiar with this test, let me just move it over here maybe. We're looking at current temperatures, or current, whatever it is we're reading on the left. So there's all our performance cores and our efficiency cores. These are our current temperatures on the left. In the middle, this is the minimum temperatures recorded, the lowest temperatures since we started this piece of software, the monitoring software. And on the right here, it says maximum. This is going to tell us what our peak temperatures are, and it'll hold that peak and reserve it. I hear those fans ramping up. We know the machine is doing some work. And we'll see what our maximum temps get to on this. Once we're finished with the multi-core test, we'll do the single core test and we'll get those numbers, benchmark numbers, and we'll get our maximum recorded temps down this right side. The important thing, and again, if you're curious about how much volt wattage we're pulling, you can see our CPU package power right here at 90 watts, just shy of 90 watts on the low side, and upwards of 115 watts. When it's getting up to 115 watts, it's going to really be processing a lot of information. It's going to get really, really hot. It may thermal throttle, but it should do so momentarily. It should almost be, look, computers, they react very quickly. And so if a computer starts getting hot and it throttles, it generally only throttles for a second. Like a human being probably wouldn't even notice it. If you're throttling to a point where your machine is getting sluggish, you have an inadequate cooler on your machine, or you were overvolting your processor. It's typically only one of those two things. Or if you built it yourself, your cooler isn't put on correctly, or the thermal application has not been applied properly. It's not normal is all I'm trying to get to. Something needs repaired. Something needs to be looked at. So here, so far, we're seeing a maximum of 89 degrees Celsius. Usually within the first 90 seconds of this test is when we see our high temps, and the same when we run the second test. So while that runs, let me just poke my head back into the chat over here, see what you guys are saying while we wait for the test to complete. Ron Barnish joins us and says hello. Welcome in, Ron. Phil Stodd says hello, and Al Perez joins us along with Paul Howe. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. David Graham with a $2 super chat sings us jingle bells. It's that time of year. Happy holidays to everybody. Hope you're having a great holiday season. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. But, I showed off those refurbished Asus 1000 watt power supplies and how inexpensive they were. I ordered two, one for the Asus build and one as a spare, and they're brand new in the box. So I went on to Amazon because they had 18 available when I showed you guys, and the price went up a few dollars, and they only had one left in stock. I was going to order two more just to have them at $123 a piece. And I'm like, why do they have so many refurbished ones? Why have they been returned? It's coming from Amazon warehouse. It's a good $30 less than the new price, which isn't terrible at $155. But anyway, they arrived today and they're brand new. They've never been opened. So if they're refurbed at the factory. They're not something somebody ordered off Amazon and returned. Then you got to wonder, did I get all my cables? Did they return everything? These are brand new in a box. So I went on to order two more. And I said, that's it, just two more and I'm good. I can only get one. That's all they had left. So I think you guys took advantage of the deal, and good for you. So you should have. If not, you missed out. And I missed out too. I've never ordered them before. I wasn't sure what I was getting. So they arrived today. Now that I see what they are, I wanted two more. Too late. I do have one more for a little bit more money than what I paid. But I think if it arrives like these did, they're just brand new. Great deal. Assuming they're good power supplies. I've not worked with ASUS power supplies in a long, long time, but I have every faith to believe they're going to be fine. I also like at 1,000 watts, some power supplies are much longer, and that makes the fitment in the case a bit tighter. These are the standard. They don't look any different. I appreciate that. We're waiting on one more part to come in for the ASUS Z390 ProArt build, and that's why I'm tentatively scheduling Mitch for Friday. I want you to be aware that if the parts come in tomorrow that we need for the ASUS build, then we'll reschedule Mitch. I'm not planning on that happening, and I hate to change things last minute with Mitch, but I think Mitch is pretty accommodating. So Friday, we're either going to do the ASUS ProArt continuation of part 2, or Mitch will be over. We're going to do the upgrade of one of his computers from a Gen 8 to a Gen 13 upgrade. And that means replacing the motherboard, the RAM, the CPU, the cooler, and potentially the storage. Nothing wrong with his Gen 3 storage. It's not slow to him at all. Just because your motherboard will support Gen 4 or Gen 5 doesn't mean that's what you have to use. You could save money, go to the previous gen of storage. It'll run slower by comparison, but for most people, as I mentioned, you're probably not going to see any difference. So that's at your discretion. And we'll see what Mitch wants to do. But right now, as of today, Wednesday at 1:45 in the afternoon here in Phoenix, Friday could go either way. So prepare to be surprised. Well, it's going to be one or the other. I'm not holding my breath on the parts arriving on time just because, you know, the way delivery services get during this time of year. If anything's going to arrive late or damaged, the closer we get to the holidays, the more likely the delays and damage are. However, it's also possible it does arrive on time in good condition. So because of those variables, once we have the answers, we'll be able to definitively decide what happens on Friday. Either way, we're covered. So hopefully you'll join us Friday at 1 o'clock. As always, 1 o'clock p.m. is Phoenix time. Pacific time is an hour earlier, and Eastern time's 2 hours later. So 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 p.m. here in Phoenix, 12 p.m. on the Pacific Coast, the West Coast. Elijah 52 Dickens renews membership now for 26 months. A loyal member. Right on. Thank you, Elijah 52 Dickens, for renewing your membership, staying with us here in our tech club, along with a $20 super chat contribution as well. You rock. Thank you so much, Elijah. Luke Grania says, dang, time flies. I've been a member for 2 years, 6 months, and 23 days. Man, you're counting it down like you're in jail. Mortaunt 1210 joins us and says hello. Welcome in. So the fans on this sound exactly like a gaming laptop where you're in the middle of doing something intensive. It could be even gaming, right, depending on the game. And it's uncanny how much that sounds exactly like a gaming laptop. It's not, as I mentioned, it's not too loud, but it definitely lets you know, I'm working over here. Yeah. Luke says, it's a great jail. Try to get on the warden's good side, are you? Did you come in to hear it?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Can you hear it on the mic?
Very mildly.
Yeah.
That's why I came over, is I wanted to hear it first.
It's just like a gaming laptop.
Yeah. And
You have your, what's your gaming laptop? It's pretty old, that big
It's
monster. Alienware? That weighs like 27 pounds.
It's 17-inch, yeah.
It gets louder than this.
It's a wonderful laptop.
But it's louder than this.
It.
It can get.
So at my gaming parties, well, that's hard to say because I always had earphones on. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, now with noise canceling headphones, you probably wouldn't hear it at all.
Yeah, and so I heard it a little bit, but yeah, but actually, yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, this does sound like
that's not an idle, but keep in mind, this is not an idle fan noise. Right. This is like I'm giving it everything I've got noise.
Yeah, no, when I was gaming, yeah, it was. Yeah,
by the way, when you're giving it everything you got when you're gaming, you can get kind of loud too. You son of a! I'll get you.
That's only when I PvP, because I will kick your butt.
All I'm saying is, when criticizing the fan noise, sometimes you got to criticize the noise of the fan that's playing. You could say you're a gaming fan, and as a gaming fan, you also can be a very noisy fan.
This is true. And then if you get angry enough, watch out, because you're going outside to kick something.
Well, maybe that's the downside. You could flip this like a boomerang out the window versus the Apache helicopter. You would need 2 fully grown men to lift that up and throw it out the window for you. Oh, they're cooling down. We must be getting close. I mean, the fans are quieting down. Yeah, it did finish the test. Okay, and then our maximum temps, let's see, where did we hit? It says 91 is the max we've hit, and it may be thermally junctioning at 91. Let's find out by running the second test and see if we can exceed 91. If we can exceed 91, then likely that's not a thermal limit. On the other hand, if 91 remains our max, it's probably set in the BIOS not to exceed 91. Nothing wrong with that. That keeps us again at that peak performance without leaving anything on the table and without overheating or overstressing our chip, because overstressing your chip from time to time is not a big deal. The problem gets to be when you're doing it constantly. It causes a rapid degradation of the silicon, meaning don't expect to get 10 years out of it if you're going to do that. Same with a car, by the way. If you're going to hammer on your car every time you get in it, you can expect more maintenance, more repairs, and a shorter lifespan on the engine. But from time to time, once in a while, I mean, that's what it's designed to do. All right, we're starting our other test here. Again, now I see 93. That's good to see. That means 91 was not a thermal limit. That's just literally how hot it got. It never reached 92. And again, that's on the entire package here. Sometimes you'll see one core. This one says Performance Core 3 is actually hitting 93. And all the other cores are significantly cooler. We're seeing this. Now the E cores, they're not going to get that hot. They're just efficiency cores. They don't run as high of a voltage. Your focus will be on your performance cores. We've got 8 of those, and we just want to make sure that, yeah, so P core 7 to P core 0, that's 8. Because 0 is 1, and then 1 is 2, and 2 is 3, et cetera, et cetera. Lows in the 30s, that's normal, what you typically see on a desktop. Current temps are running in the 50s. And our high temps, which it momentarily hit and came back down, that's the way it's supposed to work, at 93. All right, so that's likely going to be our maximum. Well, just as I said it went to 94 up here. Now, on these chips, probably 100 degrees Celsius is going to be your thermal junction. We want to stay clear of 100. I mean, you could be at 99. You could run it at 99 and it's fine. However, it is going to degrade that chip if you're constantly running it at 99. But yeah, if you're running it at 99, even a couple hours out of the day, you know, as long as that's not every day. If it was every day, I'd suggest you either under-purchased a computer for your needs, your cooler's not on correctly, or you have an inadequate cooling system. One of the benefits that you have of buying a pre-built computer, or at least what it should be, is the manufacturer's done all this work for you. They've already engineered the cooling and the case and the airflow. They've done all that. They put on the thermal compound, in this case liquid metal from Minisforum, that needs to be put on by a machine in order for it to last. If you do it by hand, it's going to oxidize within a year. You'll have to replace it. You're going to notice your temps getting hotter next year than this year. When you apply it with precision that a machine can give it and seal it, you are going to have a thermal compound that lasts just like any other thermal compound. It won't oxidize for many, many years. So in that case, don't take the heatsink off, because you are not going to improve that thermal compound. You can only make it worse, and you will likely never get it back to factory. I'm just telling you, leave that heatsink on. Now in 5 or 6 years, different story. But when it's new and under warranty for 2 years, do not take that heatsink off. If you have heat-related problems and you haven't modified the machine, that's a warranty issue. Don't void your warranty and damage your computer, potentially, by trying to DIY when it's under warranty. I mean, you can if you want to. I don't know why you do that. Now, when you're on to beyond year 2, then you got nothing to lose, have at it. But just keep in mind, Uncle Carey warned you, you're probably going to make it worse. If you've collected a lot of dust and stuff in there, obviously you want to blow that out and clear out the areas where the fans are, just like you would on a laptop. They can collect. Because this sits upright, it shouldn't be anywhere near as bad as a laptop that sits flat on your lap. But dust will get in there, and that will more likely impede your cooling ability than any thermal compound will. So first thing I would do if I was running in, over 2 years' time and the machine seemed like it was running hotter than normal, and I'm out of warranty, I open that up, make sure all those fans, inputs and outputs are all clear with my canned air, and then look for anything. Sometimes there's lint in there, and you can get some tweezers and pull the lint out like you would out of a clothes dryer. It can get that thick on laptops. You can imagine that's suffocating the airflow. And just simply that simple procedure could put it right back to factory like new on the cooling. If it doesn't, then you can look at other alternatives. But I would stick with the simple first. You're less likely going to damage anything, and more often than not, that is the solution. So max temp has hit 94. Okay, good. If we scroll down here, again, we can look at how much wattage we're pulling. So maximum 115 to the CPU here. We've got our PL1 and PL2 limits set at 90 watts on the PL1, 115 watts on the PL2. Remember, this is a mobile chip. It's not a desktop chip. More watts, more heat, more aggressive cooling, the louder it's going to get when you have it in a really confined space. You have a big tower, then you have room for, much more elaborate, larger cooling solutions and radiators and such. We don't have that luxury here. GPU temperature, GPU power, GPU clock. Remember, this has a mobile RTX 4070 in it. So you're looking at 1440p AAA title gaming here. And we're talking decent frames per second. Obviously, it depends on the game, but like a modern AAA title, Black Myth Wukong or something like that, you're easily going to hit 60 frames to 100 frames a second, depending on your settings. I should condition that at 1080. At 1440, you're going to be lower than that, but it should be, I don't know if I had to guess. Essentially, if you look up any benchmarks, any gaming benchmarks on a mobile RTX 4070, they're all pretty much going to be the same. It doesn't matter what the RTX 4070 is in. It could be in a laptop, a mini PC. It's the same chip with the same drivers, running the same games at that resolution. You should be right there at the exact same, right in the ballpark of the same frames per second of those resolutions, using the mobile RTX 4070. Doesn't matter what board it's on. It's unlikely somebody's going to pair that RTX 4070 with like an i5 or something. So the manufacturers generally already balance the parts out for you. There may be some exceptions, but we don't have to go through all the benchmarks for gaming on this RTX 4070 because plenty of people have already done that on YouTube. And just look at what those benchmarks are, but understand the mobile 4070 is going to use less power, and it doesn't perform as well as a desktop 4070. In fact, a desktop 4060 Ti probably performs better than a mobile 4070. But it's also bigger, much bigger card. It draws more power. So set your expectations accordingly. There's no magic being done here. It's all very logical. And we've got, let's see, a minute and a half left here, and we'll be done with this test. But we're good on this. Like, as far as I'm concerned, 94 as a peak momentary temp on one core, there's nothing to fix here. That is exactly the way it was engineered. It's running just the way the engineers wanted it to. They want to take you right up close to the ceiling, and they don't want to keep you up there very long, and they also don't want to lower your power so your performance goes down the toilet so that your CPU stays cool. So we get that balance, right? When you need it, it cranks up, gets hot, but not too hot. And of course, you can always push the button in the front and lower your GPU wattage. And you also have the built-in GPU. You can go into the BIOS and disable the main GPU. I didn't know why you would, but that also reminds me, I want to show you this BIOS because it's very different from Minisforum. It's similar to other BIOSes you may have seen before, but not from Minisforum. That's why we're going to show it to you here. As soon as this is done, we'll restart and take a look in there because it needs to be looked at. With two M.2 drives, you can put this in a RAID 0 or RAID 1, I would not recommend a boot drive to be a RAID array. Always make that a data drive. It can be very difficult to try and repair any sort of problem with your drive. It could be a virus or ransomware, and you're trying to remove a virus, or you've got data corruption. You can't just boot to anything. It won't see your C drive. It won't see your RAID array without special RAID drivers for that specific controller. And that means you need another computer if you hadn't made it ahead of time. And how would you know what you need ahead of time before you need it? If you just leave the C drive alone and you have other M.2 drives that you can configure for faster, like RAID 0, striped storage, super fast reads and writes, that's the way you should do it. So if we had 3 M.2s on here, we could use one for the boot and the other 2 for a RAID 0 fast data or large capacity storage array. But because we only have the 2 drives, I don't recommend it. Now on the Asus ProArt, we have 5 M.2s. So we're going to boot from the Gen 5 fast one, and the other 4 will be a large, fast Gen 4 array of 1 terabyte drives. 4 of them in RAID 0 will run it, in theory, 4 times the speed of a single one with 4 times the capacity. So that gives us 4 terabytes on 4 drives. That'll be a drive D. We will not boot to it. That way, if there's any problems with that RAID array, we can always boot to our C drive to address it. If there's any problems with our C drive, we just boot to any ordinary boot drive to fix it. When you have to boot to a very specific RAID injected driver boot disk, boy, that's a way to start hating computers. Let me tell you, it is nothing I find enjoyment in. It's just one frustration after the other, because quite frankly, when you're trying to repair something, you might try a number of different boot disks, and every single one of those you're going to have to customize with that RAID driver, or it will not see your drives. So, I mean, it might as well be BitLocker at this point, because it is difficult, time consuming. If you like a good challenge, then go right ahead. Even Acronis programs like that, they're just probably not going to see your RAID array without you manually putting those drivers on. So it does take a bit more technical familiarity to do that. Your average home user, everything I just said might as well be in another language. So if you're that average user, stay away from it. Where I use RAID regularly, of course, is on a network attached storage drive. And that's designed to run RAID. I wouldn't run it in any other way. That's what it's designed for. So, different equipment runs different ways. I'm not going to take a non-4-wheel drive vehicle off-road if I can avoid it, not on purpose. I'm not going to try and turn my minivan into a convertible. It's not what it's designed for. So we have the right tools, we use them in the right way. It may seem random to people who don't understand the logic behind it, but that's why these variations of options exist, to meet the individual's needs. Not everybody wants or needs a 2-door sports car that's convertible. Not everybody wants a hybrid or an electric car. Some people want the biggest SUV they can get. Some people want a big SUV that can go off-road, et cetera, et cetera. Some people want great gas mileage. Somebody wants more power. Somebody wants more storage space. Somebody wants something easy to park in a crowded urban area. All right, test is finished. Looks like 1971 on test, second single core test here. And our first test multi-core 24134. It's fast. That is fast. And if we look at our maximum temps throughout that entire testing process, which is over 20 minutes, we're hitting a max of 94. It'd be nice if we saw some sort of a clock that give you an idea of just how quickly 94 came and went. So just because we touched 94 doesn't mean we sat there for a while and burned our butts. That's what you want to watch for. Now again, 94 is still well under 100. We want to definitely avoid 100, and 99 should be making you sweat. When I build desktops, I don't even like to see 94. But that also, one could argue, means that I'm leaving some performance on the table. I could get a little bit more out of it by overclocking or changing that PL1 and PL2, the power levels, a little bit more until we find where that specific chip can go to hit 9495 momentarily. I don't do that. I leave it the way the engineers designed it. In this case, Minisforum engineers designed this, and they've already worked all this out for you. If you think you can do better, hey, I'm not telling you you can't, I'm just telling you you shouldn't. But that's on you. Now let me close this all out, and let's go to the BIOS. Now I'm going to just try and do it the old school way, right? Of just hitting delete as soon as we restart. See if I get the timing right. Otherwise, I can go into the control panel or the settings, and I can have it reboot in advanced startup mode and have it manually go in, automatically go into the BIOS for us. So delete, delete, delete over and over and over again. Remember, this does not work on a Bluetooth keyboard, and I have obviously missed the opportunity because you see the little toilet bowl flushing? That's what it looks like to me. You won't see that when you're going into a BIOS. You've got to hit that delete key, or maybe it's the wrong key I'm hitting. Could be F2. It's not always the same on these pre-builts, whether it's from Dell or HP or Acer or Razer or Minisforum or Ace Magic or anybody. They're not always delete. Most of the time, but not always. You don't have to worry about it. All you got to do is go into your settings and then into Windows Update. Then you're going to go to Advanced Options. Then you're going to go to where is it? Recovery. Then you're going to go to Advanced Startup. That's what we're looking for. And hit Restart Now. Then we're going to get an Advanced Startup menu. And we have the option to boot to a USB drive. We have the option to boot in safe mode. We have the option to go to the command prompt. We want the option to go directly into the BIOS or the UEFI. So when this restarts, you're going to see a different menu come up. This takes about 3 or 4 more clicks because it's kind of hidden. Now we still have the toilet bowl flushing, but it said please wait, which it didn't say before. That's how we know we're going into a different menu. We want to go to troubleshoot. Then we want to go to advanced, and then we're going to go to UEFI firmware settings and then hit restart. Now with my hands off, it's simply going to restart into the BIOS, and we don't have to worry about any of that messy hitting the right key at the right time nonsense. Now let me get rid of camera 1 so you can fully appreciate this new graphical user interface in the BIOS, because it's pretty nice. Now here you can see fast boot is enabled, Wake on LAN. We've never really talked about Wake on LAN. I don't see any reason why we should. If folks want to know more about that, it's typically just a way to shut your computers off, say at an office. This is typically where Wake on LAN is used. People go home, they shut their computers off, and the IT staff needs to work on those computers after everybody's gone home, and they need to be able to turn on 100 or 1,000 computers from one main workstation on the IT side. They can have those computers power on. And then they can do whatever they need to do and shut them back off again. This saves the company a lot of money in electricity usage if they have thousands of computers running over the weekend for no reason. So this allows us to remotely turn on the machines. It's a little complicated, but it's not rocket science, but it does involve a little bit of programming on the router. Now, you can see here fast boot, as I mentioned, Wake on LAN. We've got information regarding the BIOS version. We've got the amount of memory installed, the processor that's installed, the current speed. Remember, this processor will crank up to what, 5.8, I think. There's our RTX 4070 laptop GPU that has its own 8 gigs of RAM, by the way. That's our NVMe we're going to pull out, the 1 terabyte Kingston. We can see the fan speeds, and the button on the front of the case puts us either in work mode or game mode, right? Whether we do that in the BIOS, through that software I showed you yesterday, or through the button on the front of the machine, all 3 will work the same. If you want constant reliability and a reasonable fan noise, you want it in work mode. But if you're gaming and you want the best performance possible, you're going to have a bit more noise, a bit more power consumption, and you can switch back and forth through the software, the button, or in the BIOS. You'll notice down, let's go to the right here, discrete GPU only. This is where we change the graphics card. Remember, we only have 1 video output on this, right? We have that 1 HDMI. Other than that, we'd have to break it out through the Thunderbolt port. Now, we could add 3 more monitors through that Thunderbolt port. However, this is our boot sequence, and this you can't change. This is just telling you we're using our discrete graphics card only. And by the way, discrete graphics cards sales have been dropping throughout all of 2024. Internal graphics cards built onto the CPUs are more popular than they've ever been, and discrete graphics cards are losing market share rapidly. So unless NVIDIA pulls a rabbit out of their hat, the future is going to be in integrated graphics expanding and getting better, not this discrete stuff. We are starting to reach the end of the line on discrete graphics cards. The end is just now starting. So it's not going to happen overnight, but already through 2024, they've had terrible sales. Now, don't get me wrong, NVIDIA's not hurting for money. Their AI is what's lining their pocketbooks, not their graphics cards. It's certainly not the same for AMD. And Intel decides, with the timing Intel has, the worst time to enter the discrete graphics market with the new Battlemage cards coming out, which are not even going to be high-end. Those are going to be like, 4060s, maybe 4070s at the most. And they're also not going to sell for as much money, right? $250 to $280. The first one should be out next week, or about 10 days from now. Now, let me just go to advanced mode here. And you will notice there's an update BIOS firmware, which is nice to see that sort of normalcy in these mini PCs. Now, under advanced mode, again, it's a lot more traditional to what we see in regular, when we're building motherboards, when we're building computers and we're buying our own boards. This is the kind of BIOS we're accustomed to seeing. You don't even typically get this on any pre-built computer like from Dell or Acer or HP. This is more of a DIY BIOS, which I really appreciate that. Now, there's nothing in here I'm recommending we change because, as I mentioned, they've already done all the work for us. But if you want to play around with it, there's power and performance, CPU management control. All of this has already been tuned, but it's tuned for the balance. If you don't want balance and you want it tuned one way at the cost of something else, well, here's where you can go and do that, where you could not do this in other mini PCs. We'll go over to chipset. The VMD technology, that's your RAID, right? That's, if we wanted to turn RAID on, we would enable our virtual, what does that stand for? Virtual management. I can't remember. VMD was a thing they used in big corporations. And I'm not sure when VMD got introduced to consumer PCs, but this used to say RAID. And now it says VMD. I'm not sure what the difference is because I never had to deal with VMD in a corporate environment. And all I can tell you is if you want to enable RAID, you've got to enable VMD first. So I just have a ritual for that. I can't really explain it. I'm sure 5 seconds on Google, but then I won't retain it. That'll explain what VMD difference is between that and just regular RAID. I think it allows you to maintain multiple RAID arrays, but then, I don't know, you could do that with RAID anyway, I thought. Again, it's a business thing that has trickled down into the consumer space. But if you're wondering, hey, where's my RAID? I don't see RAID. Just look for VMD. All right, for security, this is all standard boilerplate stuff. Boot order is all standard boilerplate stuff. Of course, we've got our default options. You can save your own customized options so you don't ever have to lose them if you reset. Save changes and reset, discard changes and reset. It's just a very welcome BIOS interface that Minisforum has introduced with this G7 Ti. And again, at this price, this is what I expect. I want to see some higher end things. I don't necessarily want to see a cheap industrial Gen 4 drive. Nothing about this is cheap industrial, except that NVMe drive. It's the one piece that just doesn't fit the rest of it. And that takes us to the next part of the video, the part that many of us are looking forward to. We get to tear it apart. Now, we're not going to tear, but we are going to open it up and do a little open heart surgery on this. And I'm going to do that now. So let's just go ahead and shut this off. When we open it up, we want to make sure that it is unplugged. And we're going to unplug everything so that we can move it around and not get tangled up in the cables. The problem when you turn a computer off, of course, you should know by now, because I've said it enough times, is the power is still running through it. It's in a low power standby when it's off. That's how quick startup can start so fast. So when you're removing parts or inserting parts and you think it's off, and then you see a spark, yeah, you could have just fried your machine, and that's not a warranty issue. You'll notice my attitude is very different when I'm working on expensive stuff versus cheap stuff. Nothing wrong with the cheap stuff, but I'm not going to handle it the same way. I'm a little more careless with the cheap stuff because typically they're not as finicky. There's not as much in there to break. And if it does break, it's not that big of a loss. Now for you it might be, but for me, I have to balance my time, right? How fast I'm going to work on something with the risk I'm taking of damaging it and what it might cost me to replace it. So for the most part, if you see me manhandling some parts on camera, I'm doing that for entertainment. However, if the machine is older, doesn't have much value, you might find I'm a lot less careful with it because I don't care as much. It's almost like I'm doing myself a favor if I accidentally break it and tell the customer, I'm gonna have to replace it, right? And I'll do so at my cost. It'll be at my cost. But at the same time, if I, in that circumstance, know I'm giving my customer something better, the customer's got nothing to argue about, right? They're, oh, you're gonna give me something better and it doesn't cost me anything? And then I think, oh good, I'll never have to see that old piece of crap ever again. It's in my benefit to make sure that customer has something better. It doesn't have to be the latest and greatest. If they've got, you know, a 3rd generation Intel and I've got a 6th laying around here that they can have, or an 8th gen, which is useless to me. Now they're Windows 11 compatible with that 8th gen. I'm getting rid of spare parts. Their old one can be chucked in the recycle bin. I can say, here, no charge. I get rid of it, and I can just manhandle the old parts because I don't even care on that Gen 3. Who cares? Get it in, get it out. Customer's excited, and that customer will never bring me a Gen 3 to work on again. At least not that one. So that benefits me. All right, we never secured this foot down, right? So we're just going to lift this up. Normally there's 2 screws that hold this in place. That is a weighted foot. Yeah, it's got some weight to it. We've got 3 screws on the bottom. 1, 2, 3. And then one side or the other pulls off. Is it the side that's solid or the side with the holes? I'm not sure yet. But let's go ahead and get these screws out of here. And I'm just going to use a regular screwdriver on this. Again, even with the power tools, if it's cheaper, I don't care so much. If it's more expensive, I generally am going to treat it with a little bit more delicacy and care. Especially if it's not mine. You know, if a customer brings me a $4,000 computer, I'm going to be a lot slower. There's also a lot more money in the repair because a customer who has a $4,000 computer probably has the money to pay me. A person with an old Gen 3 that they're still using today probably doesn't have much money to pay me. So one goes with the other. Either way, I take care of my customers, and I do so as appropriately, as inexpensively, as quickly, as reasonable for that situation. I got a little blue Loctite on here, so those are in there pretty good. Okay, so one last screw here. These are a bit longer than I expected. I'm kind of regretting doing this. This is an awkward angle to unscrew these screws because it's starting to cramp up my hands. Probably could have used the cordless driver to take those out. Now, one of these sides or the other comes apart, and it appears this side with the holes is moving very easily. And this other side with the logo, it's not budging. So without having to look at any manuals, without having to look at any videos, you can sort of figure it out. Now there are plastic clips that are holding this in place. And so far as I know, a spudger doesn't really help you in this design. I think you just got to be gentle and careful and pry it. I'm trying to get my fingers in the seam. It's hard for you to see, but right in there. And I don't want to rip it apart. I want to gently feel those clips start to go. There's one. That's a heart attack. It's like, that sounds like something broke. That should just be one of the clips releasing. Now all the others should come out a lot easier. Yeah, I see where the clip is here. It's it almost looks like it's in backwards. It is so weird. See if we can get the other side. It makes me so nervous. I'm just trying to see where the clip was. I can't see, it's dark in there. So let me get my glasses. I'll get my big glasses out, my magnifiers. Because if I can understand where the clip is, I don't see a clip. I mean, clearly something was holding this in. Where's the clip? Oh, the clip appears right here. Maybe? I need a flashlight. I'm pointing at the wrong thing. Okay, so there's a clip right there, and there's a clip right there. I don't know how well the camera's going to pick those clips up. Right there, right there. The clips are not on the top. At least not that I've seen yet. Which makes sense, because that's where the screws hold it in. Why would you need the clips too? There may be clips at the bottom. So maybe the answer is, no, I'm not sure. Can we pop this side off? Wow, that is on tight. It just doesn't, you definitely don't want to use brute force, especially on these mini PCs. There's a lot of delicate parts. Same with a laptop. I'm just going to try and gently coax it. It may be that we need to start taking this side off since we started here and we made progress and this is being cooperative. Maybe. The problem is, I'm not quite sure where the other clips are or how they go in, if they go in horizontally or vertically. And so if you pull the lid off from the wrong direction, you could break the clip. Boy, that's just, that is awfully tight, or something is still holding it in that's in our way. Ooh, gosh, that's painful. So once again, it looks like we've got the same clips on the other side. Yep, there's two. And it looks like they'd be super easy to break. I'm just not sure how you could get a spudger in there and push those clips in. They're so thick, and the spudgers has to be so thin. I'm not sure the spudger could do that without breaking the spudger. I think it's just meant to be pulled apart, but it's awfully risky, especially as the machine ages and the parts become more brittle because they are plastic. It would be nice if we had some metal reinforcement or more of a cabinet style of latching mechanism, or heck, even some screws, quite honestly, than this. You can see this makes me very nervous. And I've done this for many, many decades. I've worked on machines. And my specialty is definitely not laptops. And it's one of the reasons you don't frequently see laptops here, is it's quite nerve-wracking. And their expense, like if I break it in the process, I have to buy my customer, you know, whatever the replacement part is, I have to get it and pay for it. It's not really instilling any customer confidence when you do that. But there are people that work on laptops regularly. Gosh, this makes me nervous. And they can do so with all confidence, you know, no big deal. And they probably have a lot of spare parts laying around. Hey, look, there's a laptop inside. Who knew? Now, I'm going to show you these clips up close. So if you get one of these and you want to know how to open it, you know where to watch for the sticking points, which is going to be where all the clips are. So when I bring this up, We have a clip here, a clip here, a clip here. We have a clip here. We have a big clip down here and another one here. Right? These three across the bottom. We've got these two on the what is your right side, and then 1, 2, 3. They're not the same on both sides. Up here, no clips at all. These are your 3 screws. That makes sense. Oh, it's nerve-wracking to get that taken off. Now, looking at it this way, it looks like probably we need to put this side in first and then close it like that. And the sticker on the back is upside down based on the way I'm holding it here. That's because this would be where the foot is, right? Remember, where the screws were, this would normally be sitting upright on the desk like this. And what I'm referring to as the bottom is actually the top of it. That would go in first and then snap the rest in. Now that we know that, if we remember, it'll make it a little bit clearer on how we take it apart in the future. Let me just set this down. Now let's look at this together up close and see how serviceable this really is. First of all, look at these chunky heat pipes. These things are pretty big. You've got some pretty serious fans here as well. And typically, when I mention you're going to need to clean them out, right here is where your fan is drawing air in through this vent. It's going to, as this rotates, it's sucking air in here, spins it around, and then spits it out the back here. So where you're going to get all of your lint and dust buildup is right in between this space, this input. Same is true on the other side. Your input is here, and it's going to blow the hot air out here. So if your system's running hot in the next, 6 months or 2 years, it's probably because these vents have been blocked. And sometimes just spraying air in there is all you need to do. But what ends up happening is, where's that dust going to go? It's going to go right into your machine, or whatever it is, lint or dog hair, pet hair, right into the fan. That's likely not a good solution. So you would need to open it up. You need to visually inspect and make sure these are clear. Sometimes the exhaust vents can be plugged as well. So you want to, anywhere you've got the holes, you want to be dusting, and you may even need to take the fan out to really get, if you've got a lot in there, to get it out. It depends on the environment you're using the machine in. This is your Wi-Fi card. We've got Wi-Fi 7 on here, but you can see very easily swapped out for anything you want. That's easy. Where's our RAM? Probably underneath this. Sticky, it's almost like a little shield heat sink kind of thing, and it's just stuck on with tape. Yeah, and there's our RAM. We've got 2 of them, dual channel. So if you change your RAM, put that tape back over them. Finally, right there, that's our M.2. There's a big heat shield right here. If we take this off, there'll be another M.2 underneath of it. In case you're wondering, where's our second M.2? It's underneath this. Let me take it apart, I'll show you. We got to put the other NVMe in it, then we can run a Cronus locally, which is way faster than using it through USB. And we can clone the drive, which, by the way, we could set this right back in its stand now. And we can run it this way. We don't even have to put that cover back on. There's nothing on the cover we need. So if you really wanted a showpiece and you wanted to leave it open, look, understand you're opening it up to the static in your environment, and any pets or small children can get their fingers in there. But you could totally run this without that back cover if you wanted to. That's not always the case with mini PCs. Sometimes there's fans, lights, or ports built into the covers or antennas. This one is literally just like the hood of a car. And since we don't care about aerodynamics, it has no impact on the machine at all. All right, so with my thicker glasses on here, let me see, so this is our M.2 here. It looks like this one will hold 110 millimeter M.2. I've rarely ever used one. You don't see them in the wild too often. Not quite sure why there's so much support for it. It looks like there's an arrow pointing to this side for some reason. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if all 3 of these screws have to be taken out or what they're covering, so let's just start with This one on top, right here, right in the middle, this screwdriver is way too big for that. So I'm going to need a more precise driver, and that's going to require a different toolkit, a precision driver toolkit. So we'll just use this one. This ought to get the job done. I do like my iFixit toolkit that I showed the other day, but it's big and I got to attach the bits. These are all fixed drivers. I can't change anything on them. You just take them out, use them. It's quicker. And that one is perfect. So I'm going to take this middle screw out. Very, very tiny. Don't misplace it or drop it. And that has done nothing for us. Okay, let's take out the next one. This one is much longer than the one in the middle. Oh, getting some play. I guess all three need to come out, at least for me to figure out what they're doing. I don't know why there's three in there. So we'll take out this third one, which is just as long as the... So the two screws on each end are longer. The one in the middle is very short. How does this come out of here? Slide it. There it goes. I see. Okay. So this is a heat sink that doesn't really answer my question. What was that screw there for? I don't know. The thermal tape is holding the Kingston drive onto the heatsink. It should have stayed in here, but nothing was securing it once we took those screws out. Oh, and the thermal tape wants to come off. So I don't want that to come off because then I have to reseat it. So if I'm careful, maybe I can... Ooh, it tore. All right, not a big deal. I don't know what that little tiny screw is for here in the middle. That is so weird. It doesn't appear to go to anything so far as I can tell. So I'm going to put it back before I lose it. And of course, placing this face down on the counter with the tape exposed is not good for the thermal tape, but that's all right. It's got a little lip on it that's keeping it from sitting flush on the desk. Boy, I just don't know what that screw is for. That is very strange. This is all one solid piece, so it's not like it's holding two pieces together, and it's not securing anything underneath of it. With that being said and done, let me show you the way the M.2s are laid out on this because it's a little wonky, a little different than what you're accustomed to. We bring this up here and I'll show you. You've got one M.2 here and the other M.2 raised up behind it. And that is how you can see two M.2s. My concern is, if you do it this way, how much heat do you build up with, let's say, two Gen 4 high-speed drives? That heatsink seems like it's not going to be enough. I don't know. I mean, without testing it, all I have is my imagination. I just can't see how that can work. If we put two of these 4 terabyte Western Digital Blacks and we're running the heck out of them, I would think they would thermal throttle without any active cooling around here. That just doesn't seem to be enough. Also, if you buy an NVMe drive that has a heatsink built onto it, it's not going to fit in here. And you're going to pay more for that additional heatsink. You have to use the one that comes with the laptop. Or, I mean, it is a laptop board. It even has a little... There's usually like connectors here that connect to like a screen or to a battery. Like typically a battery would go somewhere here and there'd be like a little header that says BAT. I'm not immediately seeing it, but I bet you it's here. Anyway, let me get this opened up and let's get the drive out of here. It's a brand new drive. Now the screws are long that hold that heatsink in, because they hold the drives in. Those same screws that hold the heatsink on both sides hold the drives in on both sides, I guess. There's our Western Digital black. And we're going to put this on the very bottom, M.2, right like so. You kind of wiggle and push until it seats into the socket. And you'll see there's no screw that we can use yet. It's going to be part of the heatsink. Then this original M.2, the 1 terabyte Kingston, will go back where it was into the higher slot that's a little shifted to one side. And you can see we have these stacked M.2s with nothing separating them. Yeah, that's a little worrying. Nothing's giving this Western Digital any cooling. So I'm not going to keep it this way. I'm going to clone with the Cronus what's on this Kingston over to this Western Digital. I'm going to take this Kingston out and I'm going to move the Western Digital up here so it can have the thermal tape. And we'll recover this broken, torn part of the thermal tape. There are some NVMe drives you can buy that have these really thin graphene. It looks like a sticker, but it's really a small heatsink. And that would be really good on a system like this, I would think. So anyway, you see nothing's holding this in place. You notice that? And nothing's holding this one in place. And we attach this. It's got to go in this way, and it's got to, I want to show you close up here. This has a little hook. See that little hook right there? And you've got to hook that in to the metal slot and then seat it down and then secure it with the screws. It's a very tiny little hook that if you don't align it, this won't sit flat. If it won't sit flat, it won't make contact with the thermal tape on the NVMe. And then guess what? You're probably going to have some throttling problems. In a way, having that torn, I keep wanting to put this on with the hook on the left. That's not going to fit. So having the tape torn, I can see how to make the tape line back up. There's also a sticker, and the sticker writing should face me as I'm looking at the back of the laptop. Is this the back? As I'm looking at the front of the laptop, that sticker should read towards me, and that little screw that I can't figure out why it's there, I have no idea why that's there. That's going to be on my left when you're looking at it, oriented the way I've got it oriented. So all of these tips here to help you get it right the first time. Now this little hook, it's going to go, where does that go? This apparently maybe gets sandwiched between the two of them. Is that how that works? That would make more sense. Where did that little hook latch on before? Oh, this is quite interesting. This is a very different design. So it looks like, that's very interesting. I don't see where this hook latches into anything. I think it's just there. It's not a hook. I think it's just a piece of metal that doesn't allow you to slide the drive any further to the left. But obviously to line it up with the holes, that seems pretty simple. The problem with me doing it this way is the tape. What that means is, and I wasn't paying enough attention, the Kingston, to put it back the way it was, would be in the bottom M.2. Okay? This is very different. And I'm cool with different. I'm just trying to figure it out without reading any documentation. Then the heatsink goes on. Right? Just like this. And one of the screws we've taken out, these three big ones are our feet. This one here will go back on to the left side that's holding the lower M.2 in. And then it looks like we put our, no, that's not going to work. Oh, now I get it. Okay. So we're going to put both screws back on. Here we go. So I'm putting it back exactly the way I showed it to you. I never needed to take this off. I could have just left that on for right now. That screw, I can't figure out what it's for. That's to hold the other NVMe drive on top. So if I take that little screw out, that is super, super shallow. Very easy to lose that. Now I place the NVMe in there. And that screw will hold the NVMe in place on top of the heatsink. So that heatsink is going to work double duty to cool both drives. So I wouldn't set that up with two high performance Gen 4s. I still think, yeah, you've got a heatsink there, but that is a funky configuration. Usually where your NVMe drives get hot is on the controller, and the controller's on the other side on this Western Digital. Pretty sure it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's just fire it up. Let's run a Cronus and let's clone it. I did that the hard way. Now that Kingston drive's coming out anyway. And having taken it apart to that level, the benefit is now I know. If I didn't do that, then I wouldn't know until later when we get to that stage. One way or another, we were getting to it. So no harm, no foul. Got a little ahead of myself. Let's plug everything back in. Let me make sure I don't knock these screws over. Move these drivers out of my way. So we need some power. And we need, I left the keyboard and mouse plugged in, didn't I? Yeah. So I just need HDMI and internet. HDMI network. Okay, we'll turn it back on. It kind of looks cool like that. And we're going to go over to camera 2. We'll let that boot. Peter Lecoq says, the side with the holes. Yes, I forgot. Buster already has one of these, and he bought his bare bones. And sorry, I just saw your comment, Buster. Well, I appreciate the heads up. Okay, so what I want to do now is run Acronis. Now, I don't need to install the Acronis software. I can use a rescue disk for this. In fact, we can even download Acronis for free because we bought a Western Digital drive. And you can clone with Acronis using Western Digital and many other manufacturers. I think everybody but Samsung for the most part. But you may not be aware of that. You may not know. And the way you can check is if you bought a new drive like we have here. I need to go to the right. Where's my mouse? The mouse is acting up. I'm gonna unplug this, plug it back in again. The heck? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong stream. I'm watching the delayed feed instead of the live. Hold on a second here. My bad. Oh, that works a lot better. It's weird to move the mouse and have it not move, and then 4 seconds later it starts to move. I'm like, what's going on? So that's what happens when I mix up. You know, I monitor what you guys are seeing, which is slightly delayed by a few seconds, versus what's happening here live, and that's just what I did. All right, reality check. Where was I? I want to check to see if Western Digital has Acronis. So Western Digital, Acronis, download. Install and uninstall true image for Western Digital, right here. This comes free with your Western Digital drive. Here's your download and install. Acronis true image for Western Digital for Windows. Now we can do it this way. You don't have to buy Acronis. It's a limited edition version of Acronis. It's a 5-year license to use with your compatible drive. It's a limited time offer, which has been that way for a few years now. You need to download it and install it within 90 days of purchase or by December 31st, 2025, whichever is earlier. You see, it's a download and an install, and we can certainly do it this way if we have future need for Acronis. But if all we want to do is just clone the drive, I can use an Acronis rescue disk because I already own Acronis on other machines. But I want you to know this is available to you if you buy Seagate, Western Digital, Sabrent, any of the big name brands. And sometimes they put a sticker on the box of the drive. It'll say, you know, get free Acronis. Other, like this box, I'm looking at it, I don't see anything about Acronis on it. Sabrent will put like a sticker on it. And this is what McGowan and I were talking about last week when we talked about the free version, which is not necessarily fully functional, but I thought it only did cloning, but McGowan said it depends on the drive manufacturer. It may also do backups. If you don't already own Acronis and you don't intend on it, but you did buy a drive that is from one of the big manufacturers other than Samsung, it might be worth you checking it out with a Google search. Couldn't hurt. It's a great product. I highly recommend it. What I'm going to do instead, however, and again, we're not using a RAID array or anything that's going to complicate matters, is I'm going to look in my drawer here and find my Acronis rescue disk, which is probably slid all the way to the back of this drawer. It did. So here's my Acronis rescue disk, and I'm going to just plug this into any USB port back here. Good enough. Now I can take you through that same boot options where, once again, we don't have to worry about which key to press. We can just tell the system to do it for us. It just takes a few mouse clicks instead. So back to our settings, and back to Windows Update, back to Advanced Options, back to Recovery, and Advanced Startup. Restart now. That's going to bring up that menu, only instead of telling the machine that I want to restart into the UEFI, I'm going to tell it I want to start to a specific device, and it'll look at what devices it sees and ask us which one to pick. That's a little easier for some people than hitting the right key presses at the right times. So once again, it says please wait as it brings up this advanced menu. And as that comes up, we're going to see the option here for the, hopefully, using a device right here. This is the option I want. And then it says which device do you want? Do you want to boot from the network? Do you want to boot from the GUI, the graphical user interface? Our UEFI removable device is what we have. We click on that, and hopefully that's the way it sees it, and it'll automatically now reboot starting from the flash drive, which would be Acronis. Let's find out what happens. As these are live and unscripted, it's very difficult to know if it sees it as a CD drive, or does it see it as a, the fact that it comes up as AtomMan means that it was not able to boot from that. So I've selected the wrong option. So let's go back one more time. back under settings. Well, first of all, let me make sure this drive is even being seen. Yeah, it's right there. Perfect. Okay, so the drive is being seen. Go back to Windows Update. We'll go back to Advanced, back to Recovery, and back to Advanced Startup. Restart now. Confirm that. And this time, instead of a bootable device, we'll choose a bootable USB, a bootable CD instead of a bootable USB, because some images are replicating a CD onto your USB flash drive. I know it gets confusing. You think it would all be the same. Don't be discouraged. It's not a big deal. Just we'll do it again and we'll select a different boot option here. It's very easy. Use a device. Now here, we only have two options. It's not even offering us the, it shows a picture of USB and it shows a picture of the disk. And it shows the GUI, the graphical user interface setup, or the UEFI OS. So I don't know what GUI setup is. Let's just pull that up out of curiosity. That's bizarre and was not expecting that. This is yet another way, in theory, to go into the BIOS and change your boot options. And here, simply go to the advanced mode and go to boot. And here we should see the flash drive, and I don't see it. Oh, it's the SanDisk is the UEFI OS. I've never seen it displayed that way before. Now, if I change boot option number 0 to be UEFI OS, it's always going to try and boot to that. So I really don't want to do that because that means I'm going to have to come back in and change it again. So instead, I'm just going to exit without saving. Sometimes there's a boot override in the exit area or in the boot area. And so instead of changing the boot order permanently, I can just tell it for this one boot, I want you to boot to UEFI OS. And now when it restarts, now it's going to load from that flash drive if that flash drive is bootable. See what I'm saying? Like the BIOS is showing this to me in a way I've never seen it represented before. Other motherboards don't show it to me that way. That's why I was thinking I was selecting the wrong device, because I was focusing on USB when I should have been focused on UEFI OS. Now I know. So that's a new experience for me. As many times as I booted to a rescue disk, I don't recall seeing that. But that explains it. And that's definitely a different boot up process. That is absolutely Acronis. And what we're going to do with Acronis, we're going to go to Tools, and we're going to say we want to clone the disk. And why I like Acronis so much is when I tell it to just automatically assist me with this process, it's almost like an early version of AI. This is our USB flash drive. See the interface is USB? That's our rescue disk. We definitely don't want to clone to or from that. That's our utility drive. We want this Kingston. Now where's the Western Digital? It's brand new out of the box. There's nothing on it. And Acronis is smart enough to know there's no way you want a blank drive to be your source, because it wouldn't make any sense to clone a blank drive, would it? That's why I say it's a little like early AI. It's got this artificial intelligence or artificial common sense that clearly your source, the drive you want to copy from, cannot be a blank drive. So these are the only two possibilities. It'd be nice if it just took this out, but I guess if you wanted to clone your rescue disk, you could. All right, so let's go and select our Kingston drive. Now it's going to look for anything that's large enough to hold that data that's on the Kingston drive. It doesn't matter how big the drive is, as long as it's big enough to hold the amount of data that we're trying to copy over. So we don't always have to go bigger. We could put a 512 gig in here, which is half the size of the Kingston we've got now. As long as we don't have 512 gig of data on it, it'll copy it and clone it just fine. You'll see it came back, it find the Western Digital. It identifies it as a not initialized disk because it's brand new out of the box, and it is NVMe, and that is our target drive. So hit next, and we're using this to replace a disk on this machine versus to use it on another machine versus to use it as a data disk. It defaults to replacing, which is what we want to do. And then it's going to give us a summary of what it's about to do. In just a second, we're going to see, here's the status of your Western Digital drive without partitions and data, and here's what it's going to look like with partitions and data. So current status is empty with nothing, and when we're done, it's going to have these 4 partitions spanned out, automatically resized for us, again, like AI. Just automatically does all the math for you. This isn't going to work if you've got BitLocker on, anything like that. So you know, hit proceed, and we're off to the races. Because the speed of these drives, you know, we're looking at 4,000 megabytes per second, nearing 5,000 megabytes per second on that Kingston. The Western Digital is going to be held up by the speed of that Kingston, but it's still not a full drive. We only have the OS, which is probably 30, 40 gigs of data. This is going to happen lightning quick. We're doing this live and unscripted, so you can see in real time how fast it is compared to just reinstalling Windows and reinstalling drivers, re-downloading and reinstalling all the Windows updates. This is way faster. However, it's also a brand new machine. If we were doing this on a machine that was 4 years old, we'd also be copying over all the temp files, any viruses, registry corruptions. At some point, it's better for you to do a clean install. And the idea is people don't want to reinstall their programs. You should always be ready to reinstall your programs at any time. Stop relying on the trust of one machine having everything you need with no way to restore that by reinstalling your apps. People go, it's a pain. It's really not. It's only a pain in your imagination. In reality, installing apps is quite simple. And if you've got a machine that you're upgrading anyway, you may be downgrading yourself by being lazy and leaving your operating system alone. That is your opportunity to do a reinstall fresh and clean so you get the most out of your upgrade. When the machine is brand new, there is no excess, you know, recycle bin and all this other stuff of registry entries from programs you've installed and removed over time. We're already done. That's how fast the clone was. We'll click OK and we'll just close this out. And that's it. At this point, we go back to camera 1. And what I have to do now is essentially just unplug the machine. Okay? We don't need it on anymore. We don't need the Acronis flash drive anymore, or rescue disk. I'm going to unplug these cables just so I can rotate this around the desk without tangling myself up. And we're going to take that Kingston drive out. Of course, now I have the foot on it, so everything's sitting on an angle. That's fine. Now, I prefer the heatsink to sit on top of the NVMe, not below it. It may not make any difference. Without testing it, it's just how I feel, okay? Like, logically, the heatsink should work better on top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Western Digital in the slot below, and I'm going to carefully take the tape off the Kingston and put it back on the heatsink. So, because otherwise, how can I line it up correctly? So if I put it back on the heatsink, I know the puzzle pieces will line up correctly. It doesn't matter if they're separated. The Western Digital drive, when you're doing heat transfer, that doesn't matter. We just don't want any gaps in it. Okay, back to my screwdriver here. So we're going to take that little tiny screw out that had puzzled me in the beginning. We'll take that out. Here's our clone drive. Now we could test this. We could go into the BIOS and change the boot order to that. I feel pretty confident using Acronis as often as I have that we likely don't need to test it. Sometimes I'm wrong and the clone didn't go correct, but usually it does. I find Acronis to be far more reliable in getting the job done right the first time. And hopefully I'm not going to eat my words here in a minute. So I'm going to carefully peel this thermal tape off. It may help you to use a small flat blade driver or tweezers if it still wants to tear. So I'm trying to not make it any worse. Yeah, and I'm making it worse. That tape is very easily torn. I don't know. Look, you can buy replacement tape. They don't give you any. It's really inexpensive. You don't want to use the thermal paste that you rub. Don't put that on there, because what that'll do is it's going to stain the sticker on top that's got your serial number, and without the serial number they can't tell if you're in warranty or not, effectively jeopardizing your warranty status. So that's why we don't smear thermal compound on this and we use tape instead. It's also much cleaner. Boy, that is really stuck on there. Should not be like that when it's brand new. But over time, then yes, this is to be expected. See, that came off a little rough, but it should be close enough for what we need. And just to give you an idea, just tilt that up a little bit. Some of you are going to be perfectionists and OCD about this, and I am on things that matter. This isn't going to make any difference in our cooling, and I want you to rest assured that if you find yourself in such a position, just pushing the tape back, having those little tiny cracks in it like that won't make it. Do your testing. It won't make any difference at all in your cooling, but having that piece missing entirely will. Okay, so it doesn't have to be one completely smooth, flat surface. As long as all the tape is on there, you're going to get your maximum cooling. And it's not expensive to replace it, but I don't have any laying around. I mean, I probably have some somewhere. This isn't that important. So that is fine for NVMe cooling. Most of your heat is going to happen where the controller is, which is down where the way NVMe drives work is most of your heat's going to be at the controller here, right underneath the very first thing next to the end of the drive where it plugs in. And then all of these, and then on the back side on some, this one doesn't have any chips on the back side. Those are your NAND memory modules. They don't get anywhere near as hot as your controller does. I'm not even sure why we put tape across the entire front. You really only need tape right about there. That's it. So that's why that doesn't matter that much. Now, let me go ahead and put this back in to the bottom slot this time. And this one has chips on both sides. See that? There's chips under here, and there's chips here. This is also 3 times the capacity. It needs to have more chips to have more storage. It makes sense. An 8 terabyte drive is going to have 2 more of these at least, so it gets thicker. And that may not fit in some computers, but it's not a size limitation in the BIOS where you're, 4 terabyte maximum. No, it's just a matter of how thick the drive gets. So with that drive in place now, we can put this back on. I always want to put it on backwards for some reason. We'll line that back up. Done with this flat blade. That helped me get the thermal tape off. And we want to secure our drive back in with these screws. How the heck did we get to 2 hours already? If everything works, that'll probably be it for today's video. Then what I can do is I can start to deploy this into phase 3, where I put it at the customer's desk. I'll be the customer. I'll put the customer's apps on it. In my case, Microsoft Office, set up printers, set up the network shares, and configure OBS and all my YouTube logins and email logins for Gmail as well as Outlook. And I'll start living with it and then report back on how it compares with the Galaxy Book 3 I've been using. In theory, this should be faster. And in theory, this should boot right into Windows. It should look the same, only we should have 3.5 terabytes of free space if everything worked. Because this is all live and unscripted, we just don't know until we test it. If it works, we're done with the video today. If it doesn't work, we got to figure out why. Came out to see.
In that form, it really looks like a skeleton.
It does look like a skeleton, much more so than a picture of a skeleton. Let's see. It's booting.
Has your Chrome tab crashed yet?
Has Chrome crashed?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Okay. So what I noticed, at least from the testing that I've been doing today, Edge hasn't crashed at all.
Oh, Edge is not crashing?
It is not crashing.
Interesting.
At least so far today.
Yeah, so far. Now, this is our brand new Western Digital drive. You'll see how easy it was to clone with Acronis. And look, I'm still always prepared for the worst. I hope for the best, I prepare for the worst. But you'll see Acronis even resized our partitions for us automatically. Look at, go to properties, and look at all the free space. The little blue speck is what the spaces we're using. And if we run Crystal Diskmark on this drive now, I expect to see over 7,000 on the read speeds. Let's find out. Now, as a reminder, these are our old read speeds off the Kingston drive. That's only 1 terabyte in capacity. Let's move that over here, and let's run our speed test now and see what happens. So remember, faster drive, more capacity. Not one or the other, we're getting both. Hence, the price on this drive is a lot more money than the one that came with this computer. We could buy those Kingston 1 terabyte drives all day long for 50 bucks or less. This drive is 5 times more than that. However, it's 3 times the size. It should be not quite twice as fast. It's a little bit slow on this machine at 6700, but that's still a good 2,000 megabytes or nearly 50% faster. And more importantly, I have a lot more free space. Like I said, I'm not probably going to notice much of a speed difference. If we're close to 7,000, if we're just shy of it. The other thing is running multiple tests. It's possible a Windows update is happening in the background that's affecting our speed, and that by simply waiting a few minutes after the test and running it again, we may get numbers over 7,000. You have to sort of repeat the test to get an accurate average. So the 6,700 is a bit lower than I was expecting. I'm just a little teeny tiny bit disappointed, but there may be a good reason for that. But just look at how all the numbers are much larger on the new drive. And even if the numbers were the same, I've got 3 times more storage capacity to play with. Joseph, I'm not sure if it's Yardosfer, is now a member for 1 month. Thank you, Joseph. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Not on purpose. Ron says, I never thought I'd see the day that Carey uses a pre-built system. Well, that says a lot about Minisforum, doesn't it? Because I really love the MSO1. And I really like that S90 that we worked with. I mean, they're absolutely incredible little machines. Now, they're not capable of holding a 4-port capture card. And because of that, I cannot use them as a streamer. And when it comes to the office work, I don't need a laptop for that. You know, I could use a bigger screen and a bigger keyboard. And you know, I always have the laptop to fall back on. So yeah, 6,500 on the writes is good. I'm happy with that number. I'm just a little disappointed on the reads, but we can run the test one more time after this. Diesel Doctor joins us and says hello. Hey, welcome in. Also, remember, pre-builts of yesteryear are not built to the same quality with the same level of components. We are reaching a point of diminishing returns on desktops, as we are with RAM and storage, and you know, as far as speeds go in storage, it's getting to a ridiculous point that we'll never see it. As such, these pre-built machines make more sense if it's the right pre-built. You can still buy crappy pre-builts from like HP and Dell when you go to Best Buy. But in the business world, they're all pre-builts. And it's one of the things you'll learn about as a real working computer tech in the service corporate world. They don't build their own machines in the corporate world. You're going to get real accustomed to working on pre-builts, and they're fantastic. They're not the same level as consumer stuff. But times are changing. What can I tell you? And they always have been in this industry. So I started, my first PC was the one I first owned was a 286-12. So 286 was the processor, 12 was the speed. Not 1200, not 120, not 12 gigahertz, 12. Okay, we've come a long way since 1980. I don't know, what was that, 85, 86? Vaso says, I've learned now how to use Acronis. Thank you. Oh, geez, we've got so many Acronis videos here on the channel. If you're interested, you should go back and watch them because Bagoud and I walked through all of this. This was a very easy summary of more or less the basics of a clone, but Acronis does so much more than this. Okay, these are our final numbers at 6732. Those fans are really ramping up right now, implying to me something's happening in the background. So I want to wait for those fans to quiet down, because when I run this test again, that will imply, if the fans are quieting, that the machine's not doing anything in the background. It doesn't mean it's not doing something in the background, but whatever it's doing won't be so intense to cause the fans to have to spin up for... Let's just run the test one more time and see if we get numbers similar, or if I'm going to get closer to 7,000 on that first read speed number. Or am I going to see 6,700 again, and that's just all this machine can give us? Oh, it's worse. But don't worry, there's still 5 more read tests on this first number here. And you'll see up at the top of the window, it tells us. It'll give us the best of 5. Yeah, we're not quite, it is hovering right around 6,700. And again, even if I got 7,000, it's a psychological thing. It's not an actual practical measurement that I'll notice, right? It's literally, the difference is about maybe half a millisecond in a load time between 6,700 and 7,100. That is such a minimal, and where those milliseconds add up is if you're copying a very large file. The problem is, where are you copying the large file from? Because if it's coming from the USB or it's coming from the network, it can't run at 6,000. They don't make a USB port that fast. They don't make a Thunderbolt port that fast. The only way that that read number is going to benefit us is for anything we have installed on that drive that we're copying to itself or loading from. But we won't be able to put the data on that drive that fast because no source of data can come in that fast at this time in 2024 with consumer-based equipment. That's how overkill that is and why those numbers have reached a point of diminishing returns. So if I had 2 of these, let's say I had 2 of these Western Digitals in there, then yes, I could copy from one to the other at that maximum speed. But I still had to get the data on there to begin with. On one or the other, where did it come from? It came from the network. It came from a USB flash drive. That's pretty much it. Or I manually created it by, maybe I wrote some big novel. I guarantee you I didn't write it at 6,000 megabytes per second. I need to have 1,000 fingers. So in any event, don't let those numbers get in your head, because the practicality of it is that's far faster than you likely will ever use. Instead, think of it as if you are going to be loading something very large, like a game level or a large application, it will load a little bit faster just by seconds. And if you're doing that all the time, seconds can add to minutes, and minutes can add to hours, and hours can add to productivity, where you're getting more done. And that's why I tell you, as we keep saying all of these conditions and qualifiers, fewer and fewer of you will see any benefit from it, because yes, you might load something that takes a minute, like DaVinci Resolve. It's still going to take a minute, but instead it'll take 57 seconds, right? Oh, we'll save 3 seconds. You even notice it? Maybe in a game level where you're super impatient, but the problem is if you're playing a game online and you load first because you have a rocket ship of a system, but the game can't continue until everybody else loads, it didn't do you any good. Nobody knows you're first. You're just waiting on them. So that doesn't help you either. So when you're deciding how to spend your money for what hardware resources you want in your machine, keep in mind how you're going to use it and whether or not you just might be better off using that money to go buy a good dinner, or use it to buy more RAM, or use it to buy a better processor or a better computer overall. Having an older computer that you just try and upgrade with RAM and storage, if the CPU is still the same, you've already boxed yourself in. You're putting what we call good money after bad. That's what we call that. Instead, get yourself a better foundation, And then you don't need to worry so much about as much RAM or about how fast your storage is. You need to worry about it a little bit, but once you reach that that barrier, anything above and beyond that, you likely wouldn't notice, because the difference it makes, the more of it you add, the more diminishing the returns get, to the point that you don't get any return at all. You're just spending money to see numbers. I can put numbers on your screen for free. I'm just saying, doesn't cost you anything. I can Photoshop these numbers to read anything you want them to, if that makes you feel better. It's your money. Just understand what you're buying, please. I want you to be happy with your purchases, and I don't want you to have unrealistic expectations, because you're adjusting your happiness based on what some random benchmark says versus what your actual experience says. This machine should be fast and responsive, and anything less than that will not be acceptable to me, and I don't care what the benchmark says. If I put this in place and I find that it feels, here's the key word, feels slower than my Galaxy Book, I'm going back to the Galaxy Book. Do you understand? How does the machine feel? How do you benchmark your feelings? You can't. And what I feel, is that what you feel? Probably not. So the way I use the machine and what I'm accustomed to, I'm expecting this to be better than that. And I got no complaints with my Galaxy Book 3. But if you said, what if it were a little more responsive? I'd say, well, it's pretty damn responsive now, but what's it going to cost me? If that price is good, and especially when you have a 30-day return window, by the way, these benchmarks are completely meaningless. You are the only benchmark that matters. So when I load my apps on this and I start doing the same things, it might be the Galaxy Book is so fast already that any difference between them, I don't even notice it. Then the question is, do I prefer having the monitor and the keyboard, which again, I could already do with the Galaxy Book? Or is there something about this I like? For example, the 4070 graphics card. I think my Galaxy Book already has a 4070. I can't remember, because when I'm video rendering, I'm now video rendering off of the GPUs, the CPU's integrated graphics with Intel. It's just faster for video rendering. As a content creator, I don't have gaming needs. I have video rendering needs. And Intel's integrated graphics are far superior to AMD's on that. That's just a fact. If I'm gaming, then AMD's internal graphics are far superior to Intel's internal graphics, if that's how you're using the computer. And if that's not good enough, then you go to discrete graphics, such as the 4070 or some of the Radeon cards that are out there, and you fork out the money, and you get even better performance in gaming. But again, for me in rendering, it does nothing for me. It actually makes it worse. I can spend money and slow my rendering down. Ask me how I know. So that's why the benchmarks don't really matter that much, because it's really how you're using the machine and what you expect from it. And letting benchmarks set your expectation is silly, because the benchmarks aren't replicating what you do. They're not. The only one who replicates what you do is you. Nobody else does things the way you do them, or does the things you're doing at all. And that's why when I set up computers for clients, I run benchmarks to make sure everything passes, that we don't have any problems prior to delivering the machine, and that it operates within a range, not within a specific number, but a range. Like I'm looking at 7,000, I got 6,700. It's close enough. That's fine. That may be all it's capable of. Who cares? It's nothing we're going to notice. Now, if it was running at 3,000, I'd be worried. That'd say, oh, it's running at Gen 3 speeds. That's drastically different. And if that's all it can run at, then maybe I put it in the wrong slot. Maybe there's something wrong with the drive. Or maybe I should just put a Gen 3 drive and save half the money. You understand? That's the reason why I'm running the benchmarks. I want to make sure we're within the field of performance. It could be a little slower, a little faster, could be right on the line, all good. Then it goes to the customer. See what I'm saying? I'm not trying to reach higher numbers. That's ridiculous and a complete waste of time when those numbers don't make any real world difference to how you use the machine for most of us. It's a psychological game that'll tie up you, your time, and your money to chase after imaginary numbers that have no basis of reality. You can do that with your time and money if you want to. I cannot afford that. I have real people with real issues that need their computers solved in order to keep their businesses up, in order to keep me employed, and to help their customers. This is what we do. And so there's more riding on it than just playing around looking at numbers. As long as we're in the arena, all right, if we're at 7,000 and we're hitting 7,300, great, no questions asked. We hit 6,700, it's fine. It's a little disappointed, but no one's gonna know. It's just bad information. The information is poisoning my reality, right? Because the reality is it's fast, or at least that's what I'm going to find out when I actually start using it. We can build a bicycle and we can run it through all kinds of machines, testing the pedals and testing the wheels and oiling the chain and listening for any squeaking sounds, making sure the bearings. But until you get on the bicycle and ride it, it may be a horrible experience, even though it shined through all the benchmarks. That's what I'm trying to say. And that is phase 3, using it. Because at the end of the day, you are the only benchmark that matters, and it involves feeling. Until next time, bye for now.